House will be in order. Pursuant to the order, the House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 2nd, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Stephanie I. Bice to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the minority and the majority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that our nation's most critical supply chains are almost fully reliant on foreign nations, and our pharmaceutical supply chain is no different. Approximately 10% of the active pharmaceutical ingredients required for domestic prescription drug manufacturing comes from foreign supplies. Simply stated, the prescription drugs that save the lives of millions of Americans every year are at a severe risk. American patients cannot be reliant on countries like China for these life-saving medications. I am proud to see that President Trump is taking this seriously by issuing an executive order that ensures that our nation has a 6-month supply of the critical active ingredients needed to make these life-saving medicines. Bringing production back to the U.S. is not enough to fix our supply chain. With this executive action, President Trump will also ensure that we have the ingredients needed to domestically manufacture these medicines. American patients rely on these medicines each and every day, and I applaud President Trump for making this significant action. Thank you. Madam Speaker, last Friday, I was proud to join a joint resolution to make September 12th the National Day of the Bible. When the United States Congress met in Philadelphia in 1782, it approved a 1,400-page version of the Bible published by Robert Atkin. This Bible became known as the Bible of the Revolution. This joint resolution will formally designate September 12th as the Day of the Bible to honor the first complete English language Bible that was produced in America. This is an historic moment. This resolution also encourages our schools and other institutions to observe this day and focus on the Bible's significance to our nation's history and to our nation's future. Our nation was founded on the ideals of freedom, including religious freedom. Those who founded this land were fleeing religious persecution. The Bible of the Revolution serves as a reminder of the resilience that set our nation on a path towards freedom as one nation under God. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the West Suburban 12-under softball team of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, for winning the Little League Softball World Series. West Suburban compiled a record of 20-2 this summer and ended the season on a 15-game winning streak. In their 5 wins during the World Series, West Suburban outscored their opposition 15-1. In the championship game, West Suburban defeated the Central Region champion Floyd's Knobs of Indiana 1-0. More than 1 million people watched as West Suburban captured that victory. This makes the 2025 championship the most watched Little League Softball World Series game ever. West Suburban's success is a tribute to the outstanding leadership of the coaches, the tremendous talents of the players, and the enduring support of family and community. Congratulations to Manager Lester Gaunt, Coach Rick Baxter, Coach Rick Bills, and players Mallory Baylor, Aubrey Baxter, Reagan Bills, Sadie DeVito, Kennedy Fees, Camilla Gaunt, Adeline Hines, Mara Keefe, Kenda Schilling, Layla Schilling Mansur, Haley Shepard, and Navia Worthington. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate the players and the coaches of West Suburban for an incredible achievement and offer my best wishes for continued success. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Metz family of Perry County, Pennsylvania, for receiving the designation of Bicentennial Farm from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. A bicentennial farm is a farm that has been owned by the same family for at least 200 consecutive years, has a family member who still lives on the farm, and has at least 10 acres of the original holding. Richard Metz Jr., newly designated Bicentennial Farm, was founded in 1825 by Johann Metz, his third great-grandfather. After more than 150 years of family farm lineage, Richard Metz took ownership in 1996. Today, the original 110 acres exist
The gentleman's
to grow
time has expired.
soybeans, corn, and hay. I offer my sincere congratulations to Richard Metz and his family for continuing this rich history of agriculture in Pennsylvania.
The gentleman's
Thank you,
time has
Madam
expired.
Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after an extraordinary lengthy recess that Speaker Johnson ordered at the third week of July, Congress is finally back in session with a huge to-do list. If there was any benefit in terms of having members back home, though, it was an opportunity to go out and listen to what's on people's minds. Town hall meetings, community gatherings, offer, again, members of Congress a chance to listen to people in terms of what they care about the most. And I had a number of those events in Mansfield, Connecticut, Colchester, Connecticut, Old Saybrook, Connecticut, with very packed rooms. And the issue that was of most concern was H.R. 1, what President Trump calls the one big, beautiful bill. While we were away, the Congressional Budget Office had a chance to finally zero in on final numbers in terms of the impact of H.R. 1, the one big, beautiful bill. Again, it was being written over and over again and changing up until the final minutes, but they finally got some clarity. And what they determined was that the number of people who will lose their health insurance coverage because of H.R. 1 is 10 million. 7.5 million of people on Medicaid and another 2 million people who get their insurance through private health plans on the exchange. They also calculated the debt impact in terms of H.R. 1 because of the massive giveaway to billionaires in the top 1% of this country. And they determined that, again, the bill is going to add $3.4 trillion to America's deficits between 2025 and 2023. The debt service on that additional debt is an additional $718 billion. That's just pure interest, has no value in terms of services or programs that actually help the American people. Because of that debt figure, the bill triggered another law called PAYGO, the Pay-As-You-Go law, which was passed in the 1990s, to put pressure on Congress not to pass legislation with that big of a deficit impact. Unfortunately, the majority ignored the PAYGO rule, and what CBO told us on August 15th is that will trigger automatic cuts to other programs. That's the way the PAYGO law was designed, to, again, create some deterrent on Congress from excessive deficit spending. And the Medicare program, the program that helps people over age 65, is the one that's going to take the hit, a 4% across the board, $45 billion PAYGO cut because of this measure. Now, in addition to those numbers, what we're also hearing about is from the groups that are going to be impacted. Madam Speaker, in this morning's Connecticut Press, there's a story, What Worries Connecticut Hospital Leaders, about Trump's big, beautiful bill, which I would ask to be admitted to the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this article went out and interviewed hospitals across the state, urban, rural, suburban. And what all of them are reporting is that the hit of $1 trillion of Medicaid is going to ripple through the system and cause impact for everybody who, again, relies on those critical services. Dan Keenan from Trinity Health Services, St. Francis Hospital in Hartford is one of their big members. I was born there a number of years ago, stated, the impact goes far beyond those who lose coverage. Our entire health system and every community we serve will feel the effects. Reduced services, longer wait lines, staff reductions, and potential closures of programs and facilities. He pointed to emergency rooms as an example. When people don't have coverage, they turn to emergency rooms for basic care, resulting in crowding, service delays, and staffing issues that will impact the entire system. That affects everyone, and it will spill over into people's employer-based commercial insurance premiums, which again, the article goes through in great detail. Madam Speaker, President Trump the other day said he actually doesn't think he wants to call the bill the One Big Beautiful Bill anymore because, as he said, it was good for getting it approved, but it's not really good for explaining to people because people have figured out enough in terms of deficit impact, taking away people's health insurance coverage, and the impact on services, particularly in the hospital sector, which they warned us about before the bill was passed, and yet the majority in the White House turned a deaf ear. We have a lot of work to do when we get back into town starting tonight. And again, one of them would be nice is if all the members who had town halls, and I know Republicans heard about this as well as Democrats, that we recognize that this bill is not the 10 Commandments. We have the ability, we have the legal authority to make changes and listen to the people who are warning us that it is actually going to harm the American people, and there is nothing beautiful about it. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, we had an equipment malfunction. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is good to be back in our nation's capital, especially now that President Trump has cleaned up Washington and made this city safer for all residents and visitors. But there's no place like home. And gosh, it is really hard to leave Iowa. But August was an incredible month working across Iowa's 1st District. I went corner to corner, visiting all 20 counties. I met with manufacturers, farmers, hospital leaders, nonprofits, issue advocacy groups, emergency services, law enforcement, county supervisors, and small businesses, and they all highlighted the wins we've delivered. The largest tax cut in history for working and middle-class Americans, 20% tax cut for small businesses, permanent relief from the death tax for family farms, historic investments in trade schools, and manufacturing provisions that will keep jobs and innovation in America. I was proud to lead a Made in America manufacturing tour with stops at Symantec, Vermeer, and SSAB to showcase how these pro-growth policies are driving investment and creating jobs in Iowa. I also held roundtables with hospitals, EMS, and small businesses to discuss lowering costs, cutting red tape, and ensuring our communities remain strong. And of course, I joined thousands of Iowans at the Great Iowa State Fair, celebrating our traditions, supporting agriculture, and talking with families about the issues that matter most. August was not a break. It was a work period filled with results. Under President Trump's leadership, we are cutting taxes, bringing jobs back, unleashing American energy, securing our borders, and restoring America's strength. I'm proud of the progress we made, and I'm committed to working for Iowa and our great nation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Iowa's Department of Physics and Astronomy for their critical role on the NASA TRACERS mission. On July 23, 2025, the Tandem Reconnection and CUSP Electrodynamics Reconnaissance Satellites, also known as TRACERS, was successfully sent up from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. This innovative mission is being led by David Miles, a professor at the University of Iowa. I had the honor of touring the TRACERS lab at the University of Iowa and seeing the impressive work being carried out by Professor Miles and his team. Aboard the rocket were 2 twin satellites that will be used to study how solar winds energy enters space and how the sun transfers energy and mass throughout the solar system. They will also be studying how Earth's magnetic shield protects our planet from the effects of space weather. I'm proud of the team that is home to such groundbreaking work and innovation. Congratulations to Professor Miles and the Tracers team on a successful launch. Go Hogs! Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life of my aunt, Coletta Letty Louise Hardebeck, who passed away on August 16th at the age of 102. Her celebration of life is tomorrow, September 3rd, and I won't be able to be there because we're here in session. But Letty was the energy and the adventure of our family. She was born in 1923 to German immigrants in Simi Valley, California. She grew up on the family farm, which was taken over by eminent domain for Interstate 5, and she helped harvest oranges and walnuts. After high school, she moved to Los Angeles, where she worked for Prudential Insurance, rode the red bus with her sister, my Aunt Ellie, and met her husband Bob, a Coast Guard sailor. They married in 1947 and raised 4 children together. Letty's life was marked by devotion to her family, to her Catholic faith, and to her community. She helped raise 4 children, Kathy, Larry, Jim, and Bobby, and her grandson, Joey, and she remained active in her church, and even at 100 years old, was still attending Mass in person. She loved the outdoors and adventures. She hiked Yosemite in her 90s, took her family camping in national parks, and even went sledding with her grandchildren in the 80s. She traveled widely, but she returned to the joy of family. Because we were in the military, we didn't get to be with Aunt Letty very much, but we remember her energy, her spirit, her love, compassion, her adventurism, and her love for their youngest brother, Freddie, my dad. Aunt Letty and your family, I'm sorry that I'm not going to be with you all tomorrow, but we'll remember Aunt Letty in our thoughts and our prayers. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to my sister-in-law, Susan Brandtuber. Happy birthday, Susan. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is with great pride and a bit of sadness that I rise today to say goodbye for now and thank you to my dear friend and one of Congress's greatest champions for our public lands, Mr. David Brooks, who is officially retiring this week. Over the last 38 years, David has served as an exceptional leader in the United States Senate and House, serving over the last 36 and a half years as counsel to the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and the longest tenured ENR counsel in history, working for 8 different Senate chairs and ranking members and 1 House member. During this time, David has worked on bills protecting nearly 25 million acres of public lands, 25 million acres of wilderness, national parks, monuments, conservation areas, wild and scenic rivers, heritage areas, national recreation areas, and trails. He helped to write, negotiate, and pass one of the largest conservation bills in modern history with the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act, and helped to create permanent and mandatory funding for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which has protected public lands across the country. During his service, he helped craft 10 of the largest and most significant public land and water packages in decades, including help to pass hundreds of individual bills creating nearly 50 new national park units and 17 million acres of new national wilderness. As counsel to 2 New Mexico senators, he also helped to protect the Via Caldera, Organ Mountains, and Columbine-Hondo wilderness, and many other efforts to protect the lands and waters of our state. As you can see, the impact of David's work speaks for itself. And to any American who has stood in wonderment and awe of our nation's public lands and most special places, behind the ever-contested effort to protect these lands, year in and year out, has stood the humble and steadfast work of David Brooks. For those of us who know David as I do, as a mentor and a friend and a teacher, you know more than anything he would hate this speech. In fact, I am amazed that he is even here today in this chamber to be recognized for his service, because the David we know and love has spent his entire career at his desk, writing and negotiating bills, meeting constituents, working with members, mentoring staff, and yes, spinning the occasional tale or two. And for anyone who has visited that hub or tornado of activity, and you know what I'm talking about, David's office has always been a meeting place for debate, big ideas, tough conversations, and getting things done. And for those of us who have had the pleasure of working directly with David, we know him as a kind and wise teacher, mentor, and guide. This too will be his legacy of his time here in Congress, and for that we are forever grateful. But he will also be known as a true Tucsonian who never lost his connection and roots to his hometown of Tucson, Arizona. A hometown hero in his own right, David began his political career in high school volunteering for another Tucson icon, the great Congressman Raul Grijalva, cutting his teeth as a high school volunteer for one of Grijalva's school board campaigns, in which Congressman Grijalva became the city's first Chicano school board member in history. After graduating from the University of Arizona, David came to Washington in 1987 to work for the great Congressman Morris K. Udall, where he worked in the House Committee on Interior and Insular Affairs, now known as the House Natural Resources Committee. Like Mo Udall and Raul Grijalva, who he worked for, two of our greatest public lands champions, David leaves the Hill with exceptional service and an unmatched record in protecting our nation's public lands. And if it's not already clear, Tucson has a lot to be proud of, which is why we are so grateful that some of Grijalva's former staff from the House Natural Resources and Senate Energy Committee, and conservation organizations working across the country have joined us here today. And we certainly know that John and Carol, his parents back home, and his wife Celeste and son Ben, who are here with us today, are deeply proud as well. But above all else, we are going to miss David Brooks and his constant presence on the Hill. For so many of us, David has been a rock, a friend, and a person whose loyalty and kindness and decency stands out in a place where it is hard to come by. David Brooks, you are a one-of-a-kind, an American classic, and a Tucson hero, and we congratulate you on your new retirement.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair will remind persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of the proceedings is in violation of the House rules. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
I rise today because democracy is under assault in my home state. California politicians, led by the governor, are throwing a grenade at our Constitution in order to strip power from voters and seize it for themselves. This fraud on our electorate compels action by Congress to protect the representative form of government that citizens of every state are due. That's why today I am calling for a prompt vote on House Resolution 4889. On 3 separate occasions, California voters have deliberately chosen to remove politicians from the process of drawing the lines for legislative districts. Voters have empowered an independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to set the boundaries of representation so that free and fair elections, not political manipulation, is the motive force in our democracy. This principle is so important, so vital to safeguarding democracy, that the Citizens Commission is enshrined in our state constitution, along with a number of principles to guide redistricting. Redistricting occurs once per decade after the census. The legislature is barred from participating. The members of the Citizens Commission may not run for public office. Districts are to be drawn in an open process based on extensive public input. Boundaries are to be set based on neutral criteria, like keeping communities together. District lines cannot be influenced by partisan considerations or drawn to favor or disfavor any incumbent or candidate. In one fell swoop, Gavin Newsom is blowing up all of these constitutional principles. His unprecedented mid-decade gerrymander tears up the map created by our Citizens Commission, replacing it with one drawn behind closed doors and adopted by politicians, one designed with explicitly partisan goals and zero public input, one that tears communities apart while doing special favors to Sacramento insiders. Do the voters want this? Do Californians want to overturn everything they've previously voted for? Emphatically not. Polling shows that 2/3 of voters, an overwhelming majority of Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, favor keeping the commission. This would seem to be a problem for Governor Newsom, as his plan to push the commission aside requires voter approval. So to overcome this problem, to produce an artifact of voter approval for a proposition our voters strongly oppose, the governor has resorted to two strategies: disenfranchising voters and defrauding them. First, the governor has called a sudden, impromptu, off-year, low-turnout special election, asking a partial electorate to overturn the will of our full electorate. To further suppress voter participation, he's thrown our election rules out the window in a hyper-accelerated timeline unlike anything our state has ever seen, meaning fewer polling places, fewer notifications to voters, and at least at first, a digital-only voter guide. Second, the governor is committing outright fraud on the ballot itself, describing the proposition in terms designed to fool voters into thinking yes is no and no is yes. To try to justify all of this, to clothe naked political self-interest in some kind of principle, the governor and his enablers have treated us to one absurd paradox after another. We are told that another state is doing something so bad, so sinister, that we should do it too. We're told that banishing an independent redistricting commission somehow supports independent redistricting. We're told that we should fight fire with fire, even if that means the whole world burns. This perversion of federal elections simply cannot be tolerated by the United States Congress. We have a duty to protect the rights of voters in selecting their representatives in this body, and we have the authority to do so under the Elections Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Pursuant to that authority, I have introduced House Resolution 4889 to protect the congressional map drawn by California's Citizens Commission and to preserve the map of every state until the next census. This measure has bipartisan support. It will prevent a chaotic redistricting war from breaking out across America. It will allow us to focus on the real issues facing our country. Today, I am calling on Speaker Mike Johnson to bring this measure to a vote on the House floor. Gerrymandering is a plague on our democracy, wherever it occurs. That's why I've also called for a bipartisan commission to end the practice once and for all. While almost everyone agrees political division has become a serious problem in this country, it's especially harmful when we can't agree on the basic rules of the road. We need to find common ground when it comes to the basic parameters for our politics. We can then disagree vigorously within those parameters on matters of policy and our vision for the country. That is what democracy is about. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just come back from our district work period in Northeast Ohio, and let me tell you, there is nothing better than being home, being in our churches, in our union halls, and in our community centers, listening to the people I serve. And let me tell you what I heard. It was crystal clear. People are getting squeezed. Groceries, a very old-fashioned word, too expensive. Gas, too expensive. Housing, way too expensive. And Trump's chaos and corruption are making it all worse. I heard how tariffs are jacking up prices, crushing small businesses, and threatening workers. I heard how the one big ugly bill is about to make utility bills, student loans, and grocery costs skyrocket, all to give the richest Americans more tax breaks. I heard how the president's cancellation of community safety funding will make our neighborhoods less safe. And I heard how his attacks on unions at the VA and FEMA will ripple right into the private sector, hurting men and working men and women everywhere. And now, Donald Trump's latest stunt, firing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Illegal, reckless, a straight-up power grab designed to give him control of the Fed and raise costs for families. See, an independent Federal Reserve is the bedrock of American prosperity. Undermine it, and retirement savings vanish, mortgage rates climb, and life gets more expensive for everyone. But Madam Speaker, this is bigger than economics. This is about freedom. Take a look around our country. We have military patrols in American cities, political investigations of the president's critics, mass detentions without due process, federal agents hidden behind masks, museums ordered to rewrite history, the government bullying private companies and universities, banners of the president's face that would even make Kim Jong-un blush. This is a toxic agenda, and the president knows it. That's why he's changing the rules in the middle of the game. Need I remind you, 4 years ago, he demanded Georgia find him votes. Now he's demanding red states find him more seats in Congress. All this for what? So Donald Trump can enrich himself and his billionaire allies while everyday hardworking Americans pay the bill. So I just have to ask, Madam Speaker, where are the so-called constitutional conservatives? Will even one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle find the courage to stand up? Have they not learned that cowering before this man only works until he decides you're expendable? And it may be easy to look away when people are without wealth or status, when they suffer, or when people you don't like are targeted, fired, or erased. It may be easy when the victims live in places like Cleveland, Chicago, or Washington. But be clear, it never ends there. As a Black woman, I know who the cruel and oppressive executive orders and policies punish first. But I also know this: once it starts, everyone is punished. So this is the moment to defend our economy, to defend our Constitution, to defend our freedoms and our elections. Madam Speaker, let me close with this. Last week, President Trump said, "I have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the President of the United States." He said it, laid it on the table, in plain sight for all of us to see. He wants no checks, no balances, not from the courts, not from Congress, not from the voters. It's time to wake up, America, before it's too late.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President of the United States. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Madam Speaker, today marks 80 years since the Empire of Japan unconditionally surrendered to General Douglas MacArthur and Allied forces above the USS Missouri. On this anniversary of VJ Day, it's fitting that we pause to remember not only as the end of history's deadliest conflict, but also the peace secured by the courage and sacrifice of the greatest generation, a legacy that still shapes our world today. More than 16 million Americans served, including 195,000 from the state of Arkansas. We remain forever grateful to the Allied war effort leadership and to the men and women who served downrange in the Pacific, in Europe, North Africa, and beyond, and to those on the home front who taught our kids and fueled the arsenal of democracy. Our generation salutes the greatest generation for the defeat of fascism and the preservation of liberty and freedom. Madam Speaker, one of those Pacific vets is my friend Floyd Brantley of Conway, Arkansas, a proud American who answered his country's call not once, but 3 different times. Floyd first enlisted in the Navy in 1943, serving as a hospital corpsman with the 1st Marine Division in the Russell Islands and New Guinea. After the war, he went on to Baylor University, joined the Air Force ROTC, and later served as a transport officer in Busan, South Korea, during the Korean conflict. Most men would have considered that a full measure of service, but 2 decades later, during the Vietnam era, Floyd once again put on the uniform, this time in the Air National Guard, giving another 10 years to his country. He retired as a colonel. As he approaches in on a century of life, I've never met a more active, positive person. In all, Colonel Brantley devoted more than 23 years to the defense of our nation, He's a shining example of service above self, and I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring him today. Madam Speaker, on this 80th commemoration of VJ Day, I want to recognize the remarkable service of Mr. John Mass, a proud veteran of World War II, the Korean conflict, and the Vietnam War. Like so many of his generation, John answered the call to serve, devoting over 26 years to the defense of our country. He began his service in 1943 with the U.S. Army Air Corps and concluded with his honorable retirement from the United States Air Force in 1969. Over that distinguished career, Mr. Mass served in posts worldwide, including the Philippines, Guam, Thailand, Greenland, Germany, and bases across the United States, where he contributed to the safety and effectiveness of airborne operations. Now at 97 years old, Mr. Mass's record of service stands as an enduring testament to duty, sacrifice, and patriotism, and we honor his extraordinary contributions to his country. Madam Speaker, on this VJ Anniversary Day, I rise to recognize Mary Fine. Mary Fine turned 100 years old this past March 12th. I rise today to honor not only this incredible milestone in her life, but her service to our country. Ms. Fine was a member of the Women's Army Corps and served our country during America's most difficult test of the Second World War. From 1942 to 1978, the Women's Army Corps offered opportunities for women to serve in the armed and uniformed services. WACs, as its members were called, served in a variety of roles, including as mechanics, medical professionals, photographers, and clerks. As for Mary, she served as a phone operator and a translator. Women like Mary were integral to our victory as they worked tirelessly to support men on the front line and ensure the American war machine operated at peak efficiency. Ms. Fine, congratulations on your birthday, and thank you for your service. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the pending issue of Social Security. Madam Speaker, for you and the people in the audience, it might come as a shock that Social Security has not been adjusted in more than 54 years. What do I mean by that? Some would argue that, well, you know, Social Security was adjusted in 1982 under Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan and Bob Dole. Indeed, it was addressed, but Ronald Reagan wanted to privatize Social Security. Bob Dole, a Senate Republican, said, no, this is too important a program. So they agreed that what they do was keep the program intact under the assistance of Tip O'Neill, but they raised the age. Sounds like a reasonable compromise until you realize that for every year you raise the age, that's a 7% cut in benefits. And so, in essence, back in 1982, there was a 14% cut in benefits. Today, we have a comprehensive proposal with regard to Social Security to help everybody across the board, including a 2% overall increase in Social Security. Again, something that hasn't been done since Richard Nixon was President of the United States. We also want to make sure that no one receives a below poverty level check from Social Security. Currently, more than 5 million of our fellow Americans, most, Madam Speaker, you'll find interesting, are women. And primarily because they were the caregivers and the providers at home, and when they were in the workforce, were making less than their male counterparts. No matter how you look at it, it's unfair and unjust. Social Security is the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and it's also the #1 anti-poverty program for children. And more veterans, Madam Speaker, rely on Social Security disability than they do the VA, and yet Congress has not acted. This is not anything that can be done through executive order or anything that's before the Supreme Court. What all Americans should be demanding is that their Congress not only pay attention, but act. We have a proposal that does just that. It expands coverage across the board. It makes sure that no one can retire into poverty, like more than 5 million current Americans do. It also makes sure that we provide a cost of living increase, an increase that will benefit everybody. And where do they spend that money, Madam Speaker? Right back in the congressional district that they live in, right back into buying groceries and going to the pharmacy, paying to heat and cool their homes, paying their rent, their mortgage, and put gasoline in their automobiles. That all helps the American economy. And during this time of inflation, it is not understandable why Republican-controlled House and Senate will not take up Social Security as the main issue facing the American people, including the best step forward during these times of inflation. Where do people spend that check? Right back in the communities they live in. That's the most important thing. And so, Madam Speaker, that's why I come to the floor today, to make sure that we're acting on Social Security, to make sure that all Americans understand how vital and important this is. We can no longer afford to kick this down the road. Kick the can down the road doesn't help anyone out in your district, in my district, and in the 435 districts across this nation. Quite the contrary, it will help everyone out. This is not about being a Democrat or Republican or an independent. This is about Americans, again, demonstrating the brilliance of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and what they had in mind to get us out of the Great Depression. We're still hanging on from the recession of 2008, 2009. So if people say it can't happen again, they're wrong. It can. Thank you for your support, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal Father, sovereign God, enable us this day to see each other as you see us. Though we be broken or belligerent, contentious or callous, demanding or discouraged, nonetheless, you regard us with unconditional love. In your sight, we, your children, are your creation, the apple of your eye. We may at times be lost, but not unloved, careless, yet held in your embrace, mortal, and yet made righteous in you. With your eyes, may we live into the love you have shown us. With your words, may we speak with the grace you have given us. And in your spirit, may we meet others with the same mercy you have offered us. And as we follow where you lead us, serving in this time and this place, may we bear witness to the holiness to which you have called each of us. In your steadfast loving kindness we receive in your name, we offer these prayers. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Sergeant John Daniker of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Daniker served as a waist gunner for the 565th Bombardment Squadron, 389th Bombardment Group during World War II. On June 20th, 1944, his bomber crashed into the Baltic Sea off the coast of Denmark. Sergeant Daniker was initially declared non-recoverable after investigations into the crash were unable to locate the crewman. In 2019, Danish divers alerted the Royal Danish Navy of a World War II-era aircraft wreckage in the general area of where Sergeant Daniker's aircraft went down. From May 2024 to June 2024, the Royal Danish Navy, the Department of Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, and their partners were able to recover the remains from the aircraft. On December 10th, 2024, Sergeant Daniker was positively identified through DNA analysis. Last week, on August 26th, Sergeant Daniker was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery with full military honors. Mr. Speaker, we must never stop searching for those who made the ultimate sacrifice. I'm grateful to all involved for bringing Sergeant Daniker home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The success by President Donald Trump for peace and prosperity in the Middle East is being implemented by American patriot Ambassador Tom Barrack, as I witnessed firsthand last week in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Our bipartisan bicameral delegation led by Senator Jane Shaheen visited with inspiring leaders like King Abdullah in Amman, President Ahmad al-Shara in Damascus, and President Joseph Aoun in Beirut. Jordan is appreciated as a prosperous, long-time American ally. Syria is advancing to include all communities and religions into a unified nation. With the dictator Assad fleeing to Moscow, President Trump promotes "Give Syria a Chance." Lebanon is fulfilling its pledge to disarm Hezbollah by year end. Ambassador Barrack is successfully isolating Iran as Iran chants "Death to Israel, death to America." In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, murdering Ukrainian civilians with rocket attacks, as he conducts lovely conversations. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with immense pride to honor San Angelo, Texas native and commander of the 449th Aviation Support Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Jordan Boyd, as well as two extraordinary National Guard units, the 108th Assault Helicopter Battalion in Austin and the 149th General Support Helicopter Battalion in San Antonio. These units are extraordinary. On the morning of July 4th, as floodwaters devastated Central and West Texas, these two units immediately jumped into action and have not stopped since then. Knowing many of the stranded children were present at that time, these crews pushed themselves to every imaginable limit, flying through adverse weather to reach Camp Mystic and the entire Guadalupe River. Their daring efforts saved 366 lives that day and reunited hundreds of families. And I just want to say thank you, not just to the pilots, but also to the maintainers, the support personnel, and all of the people in the Texas National Guard that have just shown immense heroism over the past few months. And can't say thank you enough for their heroic efforts. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a communication.
To the Congress of the United States. Mr. Speaker, I am providing official notice of my intent to withdraw from the House Homeland Security Committee effective immediately. Over the course of my 9 years in Congress, I have been a dedicated servant to we the people through the House Homeland Security Committee, fighting for the American First agenda, enforcement of American law, and security of American sovereignty. My Republican colleagues have chosen an alternate path for the committee that I helped to build, a path more in alignment with the less conservative factions of our conference, factions whose core principles are quite variant from my own conservative perspective on key issues like amnesty, ICE operations, and opposition to the surveillance state. Therefore, recognizing that I would be in opposition to the core principles and agenda of the newly elected chairman, I withdraw my presence from the House Homeland Security Committee. Signed sincerely, Clay Higgins, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4215.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4215, a bill to require the Secretary of State to promulgate expedited and fixed timelines for the decision-making process to license the export of certain defense articles and defense services and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the International Traffic in Arms Regulation Licensing Reform Act to improve licensing timelines and processes for direct commercial defense sales. America's foreign defense sales program is notorious for its slow timelines and opaque process. This lack of clarity about how foreign partners are prioritized causes frustration and confusion amongst our most important partners and allies. This inefficiency and murkiness forces our partners to consider turning to other countries to source their capabilities. The U.S. is currently the partner of choice for foreign arms sales, but that status is in jeopardy due to internal delays and unnecessary bureaucratic red tape. The direct commercial sales process presents a more efficient and expedient pathway for our allies and partners to purchase U.S. technology. Direct commercial sales is the future of American defense sales. Direct commercial sales skyrocketed last year and are quickly outpacing other forms of defense sales. If our direct commercial sales program is going to continue to grow, more must be done to streamline direct commercial sales and incentivize even faster timelines. This legislation would codify President Trump's April 9th executive order to establish a list of priority partners for certain defense sales and would create a time-bound process for approving direct commercial sales cases. I urge my colleagues to support our defense industrial base and support this common-sense bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4215. This bill will institute clearer timeframes for the licensing decisions made by the State Department for direct sales of defense items by private firms to foreign buyers. While large systems like aircraft, ships, tanks, and missiles are principally provided via the Foreign Military Sales or FMS process, a number of important items such as small arms, vehicles, radars, and other equipment are transferred via direct commercial sales. These items are often vital for our partners and allies to replenish their military stocks and defensive capabilities. And while the vast majority of these sales are processed and licensed in the expeditious manner, foreign partners often seek greater speed and clarity regarding the process. This bill simply institutes reasonable time frames of up to 60 days for a licensing decision to be made. This does not preordain an outcome. The State Department can still either return such licenses for adjustment or modification due to additional revisions or controls determined necessary, or reject the request license outright. Crucially, the bill also does not alter or undermine congressional oversight over direct commercial sales. In short, while I have strong concerns about the arms sales and security assistance policies of the Trump administration, I support efforts to provide our allies and partners with improved timelines and processing for defense articles that they need for our shared national security goals. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves.
I have no speakers either. Ready to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. The time period limitations on direct foreign commercial sales set forth in this bill will, in fact, provide greater clarity for our allies and a more rapid delivery of necessary items to our partners around the world. Moreover, the bill does so without undermining congressional oversight or predetermining any decisions. So I support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we must do everything we can to improve our foreign defense sales process to ensure American competitiveness and equip our allies with the highest quality defense materials. I am proud to sponsor this legislation to streamline the direct commercial sales process, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support of it. This legislation makes America safer and our economy wealthier. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4215? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4216 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4216, a bill to direct the Secretary of State, in coordination with the Secretary of Defense, to carry out a review of the list of defense articles and services required to be transferred under the Foreign Military Sales Program as opposed to direct commercial sale FMS only list.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation to improve the foreign military sales process. When our partners and allies choose to procure U.S. origin defense articles or services, they have a choice to purchase items via the foreign military sales process or the direct commercial sales process. While foreign military sales is often the path of choice due to the robust total package approach, direct commercial sales is preferable in many cases as it is faster and a more nimble process than foreign military sales. However, the State Department maintains an out-of-date list of defense articles that may only be purchased via foreign military sales. This list is meant to only include the most sensitive technologies that would pose a risk to U.S. competitiveness or national security if these technologies fell into the wrong hands. However, its outdated nature ends up creating the very problem it seeks to avoid. U.S. competitiveness is limited as our partners choose to turn to other sources for technologies that are too slow to procure from the U.S. President Trump's April 9th executive order mandated the State Department review and update the foreign military sales only list. This legislation would codify that requirement and go one step further by requiring an annual review of the list. This legislation would also enhance congressional reporting requirements to ensure that Congress has oversight over any changes to the list. This much-needed legislation is a key part of reforming our foreign defense sales process to ensure the U.S. maintains its competitiveness and remains the global partner of choice for procurement of defense technology. As a member of the Foreign Arms Sales Task Force, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4216. This bill directs the Department of State to conduct an annual review in consultation with the Department of Defense of what weapons and technologies can be moved from the FMS-only list to be eligible for direct commercial sales. It also requires helpful reporting to Congress on the process and evaluation of these changes. Importantly, it does not modify or undermine Congress's oversight or visibility into the proposed arms transfers. The context behind this bill is very important. Our country provides defense articles and services to our allies and partners via foreign military sales, often abbreviated to FMS. U.S. FMS cases offer a unique approach which include not only the most capable military platforms to our friends, but what has historically been known as the total package approach. This refers to the fact that the United States, via FMS sales, provides not only the military hardware itself, but a total package that includes training, repairs, and maintenance support, as well as capacity building for that nation's military. Our adversaries, quite simply, do not and often cannot provide both such exquisite technologies, but also the whole suite of support that comes with them. The advanced technology, as well as the total package approach and our diplomatic influence, values, and position sets us apart. And while FMS transfers are fit for many cases and situations, some foreign partners have sought to expand their defense purchases via greater direct commercial sales from U.S. firms. And while these steps need to be taken carefully, the review required by this bill is a smart step in the right direction, of which I support. So I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from South Carolina, the sponsor of this legislation, Representative Biggs.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, President Trump made it clear to put American jobs first and to cut the Washington red tape. And I'm proud to say that my bill delivers by turning the President's executive order into law and investing in American workers. The Made in America Defense Act strengthens domestic manufacturing. It supports our allies, and it advances our national security, all by cutting through a Washington bureaucracy that too often slows us down. Here's the bottom line. This bill will produce more jobs for our tradesmen and boost manufacturing in South Carolina and across the nation. For South Carolina's 3rd District, it means good jobs for welders, machinists, and engineers. It means new orders coming into counties like Anderson, Greenwood, Newberry, and Oconee, and many other hardworking blue-collar communities all across the nation. And importantly, it means America's best equipment reaching our allies faster than ever before. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further witnesses and ready to close at the time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing, but I'll be very, very brief. This legislation provides a useful directive while maintaining congressional prerogatives and oversight over arms sales. And I hope that all of my colleagues will join me and support this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reforming America's foreign defense sales is a top priority of this administration. We must do our part to codify the improvements initiated by President Trump. I am proud to support this legislation to improve the foreign defense system, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4216 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 747 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 747, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Representative Barr's Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. It's killing over 70,000 Americans a year, and it's flooding into our communities with deadly force. We know where it's coming from. The vast majority of illegal fentanyl in the U.S. originates in China. Chinese labs manufacture the chemicals, Chinese traffickers supply the cartels, and American families pay the price in lives lost. This bill holds the Chinese Communist Party accountable. It gives our government stronger tools to sanction Chinese entities involved in the fentanyl trade and puts pressure on the CCP to shut down the labs that fuel this crisis. It's time to treat this for what it is, a national security threat. The Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act sends a clear message. The United States will not sit back while foreign actors profit from American pain. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 747 as amended. The opioid crisis has claimed too many lives. We've seen some real progress the last few years, in part because of domestic and international policies put in place by President Biden, including getting President Xi to do more to stop fentanyl precursors from reaching our shores. Of course, the issue is far from solved. This bill will strengthen sanctions on major Chinese producers of fentanyl and those who aid and abet opioid traffickers. If you are knowingly sending deadly chemicals to American citizens, you absolutely must be sanctioned. And I would encourage President Trump and Secretary Bassett to focus more on this issue. That said, We cannot sanction our way out of the fentanyl crisis. Sanctions are an important tool, but cooperation is essential. If we want countries to limit fentanyl precursors, exports, and prevent these substances from entering our communities, we need the active partnership of law enforcement in nations like China and Mexico. This is just a simple fact. Tough talk has its place, but effective diplomacy and law enforcement cooperation are indispensable. So let me be clear. Use of military force is not a viable solution. But I want to thank my friend, Representative Barr, for his advocacy on this important issue. Congress works on behalf of the American people best when we work together, and Mr. Barr and I work together on several issues in this Congress, and both sides worked in good faith to get this bill done last Congress and again here today. So I encourage my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the sponsor of this fine piece of legislation, Mr. Barr.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Washington State and Chairman Mast for supporting the legislation. I thank my friend, the gentleman from New York, the ranking member, for his bipartisan support as well. And I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. The fentanyl crisis is one of the most significant threats to our country, and it continues to plague families and neighbors across the United States. Kentucky, sadly, my home state, has been ravaged by the fentanyl crisis. Drug overdoses are the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 45, and fentanyl is responsible for nearly 70% of these deaths. Last year, the DEA seized more than 60 million fentanyl-laced fake pills in the United States, almost 80,000 pounds of fentanyl powder, equal to more than 380 million lethal doses of fentanyl. As of last month, the 2025 seizures of fentanyl equate to over 232 million deadly doses. 70,000 of our fellow Americans succumbed to this poison. And as we know, in 2024, over 1,400 Kentuckians lost their lives to a drug overdose, including fentanyl. And unfortunately, this scourge has spread with the help of our greatest strategic adversary, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. As a member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, we conducted an investigation. And that investigation in the last Congress established that the PRC government, under the control of the Chinese Communist Party, directly subsidizes the manufacturing and export of illicit fentanyl materials and other synthetic narcotics through tax rebates. Many of these substances are illegal under the PRC's own laws and have no known legal use worldwide. Like its export tax rebates for legitimate goods, the CCP's subsidies of illegal drugs incentivizes international synthetic drug sales from the People's Republic of China. And the CCP never disclosed this program. In addition, the Select Committee found that the CCP gave monetary grants and awards to companies openly trafficking illicit fentanyl materials and other synthetic narcotics. There are even examples of some of these companies enjoying site visits from provincial PRC government officials who complimented them for their impact on the provincial economy. The CCP holds an ownership interest in several PRC companies tied to drug trafficking, including PRC government prison connected to human rights abuses, owning a drug trafficking chemical company and a publicly traded PRC company hosting thousands of instances of open drug trafficking on its sites. The PRC failed to prosecute fentanyl and precursor manufacturers. Rather than investigating drug traffickers, the government of the PRC security services have not cooperated with U.S. law enforcement and have even notified targets of U.S. investigations when they receive requests for assistance. The PRC allows for the open sale of fentanyl precursors and other illicit materials on the extensively monitored and controlled PRC internet. A review of just 7 e-commerce sites found that over 31,000 instances of PRC companies selling illicit chemicals with obvious ties to drug trafficking. Undercover communications with PRC drug trafficking companies revealed an eagerness to engage in clearly illicit drug sales with no fear of reprisal. And the government in China censors content about domestic drug sales but leaves export-focused narcotics content untouched. So we know that China has historically been and remains a primary source of fentanyl in global circulation through the production of these precursor chemicals and outsourcing of final production to cartel labs in Mexico. That's why it's paramount that Congress pass my legislation that's being considered here today, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. My bill amends the Fentanyl Sanctions Act to expand the definition of foreign opioid trafficker to include certain Chinese entities and government officials that fail to take steps to prevent opioid trafficking, subjecting them to sanctions. The bill also requires the President to determine whether the heads of the National Narcotics Control Commission, the Ministry of Public Security, the General Administration of Customs, and the National Medical Products Administration of the government of the PRC are foreign opioid traffickers. We must attack the production of fentanyl by targeting the source of precursors in China. Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors and senior government and Chinese political officials' culpability does not end when their precursor products land in Mexico or illegally cross our southern border. We must look at every step of fentanyl's deadly supply chain and hold our adversaries accountable. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further witnesses, so I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing. As I've indicated, I support this bill because sanctions have a role in curbing the opioid crises, but they are only a sliver of the solution. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025 is not just about policy. It's about saving American lives. We must hold China accountable for its role in this deadly epidemic. Congress must take a stand against the poison devastating our communities. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 747 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2643 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2643, a bill to require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti and impose sanctions on political and economic elites involved in such criminal activities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I support H.R. 2643, the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act, introduced by Ranking Member Meeks, because it advances a clear bipartisan goal: exposing and sanctioning the corrupt political and economic elites in Haiti who have fueled the country's ongoing gang crisis. This is not just about Haiti, it's about protecting U.S. national security. The chaos in Port-au-Prince is creating regional instability. Haitians are fleeing the island using criminal networks to traffic them and others to our southern border. These actors threaten the safety of Haitian people and the interests of the United States. To its credit, the Trump administration responded swiftly. Within days of taking office, it approved nearly $41 million to support the Haitian National Police and the Kenyan-led Multinational Security Support Mission. It also issued a humanitarian waiver to keep emergency relief flowing. This bill complements those efforts by requiring the State Department to identify and report on individual gangs tied to gang activity and to impose sanctions on those responsible. It targets the enablers of violence and provides Congress with the information needed to act decisively. Meanwhile, the administration is prioritizing stronger oversight of U.S. foreign assistance to Haiti, an essential effort to ensure taxpayer funds are not misused. By identifying and sanctioning corrupt actors, this bill helps ensure that U.S. aid does not end up in the hands of those fueling the instability. It reinforces the broader objective of holding accountable the networks behind Haiti's collapse. I appreciate the bipartisan leadership on this legislation and recognize its importance in confronting the crisis head-on. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2643, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This legislation would require the State Department to develop a report detailing the ties between political and economic elite in Haiti and the criminal gangs that have run roughshod over the majority of the capital. Each day, the situation in Haiti gets worse. Approximately 1.3 million Haitians, including more than 700,000 children, have now been forced out of their homes by gang violence. Just since last October, gangs have killed more than 5,600 innocent Haitians. Gang activity is no longer confined to the outskirts of Port-au-Prince, expanding into cities once free from violence. Gangs able to outgun the Haitian National Police continue to launch heavily armed attacks on ports, highways, critical infrastructure, police stations, courthouses, prisons, hospitals, businesses, and neighborhoods. They have committed a gruesome massacres against senior citizens, and for more than a year now have dictated Haiti's security and political tempo. Not everyone in Haiti has suffered at the hands of gangs. Members of the political and economic elite who have enabled, armed, and benefited from the unrest in Haiti are also to blame for the ongoing crises. Should the State Department find criminal collusion between members of Haiti's political and economic elite and the gangs, the legislation requires that the administration place sanctions on those individuals. It would deny entry to the United States to those who are found to support gang activity, who use kidnappings and rape to control and silence communities, and who use coercion to bring youth in and around the Port-au-Prince into the service of criminal activity. We ignore the ongoing crises in Haiti at our own peril. We have a duty to make sure that we identify and hold accountable those who perpetuate chaos. And so I thank my colleagues for working in a bipartisan manner, because this is the right thing to do. And I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Mr.
The gentleman
Speaker,
is recognized.
We cannot allow the criminal gangs in Haiti and those powerful political and economic elites who have enabled and empowered them to inflict violence and chaos on Haiti with impunity. Impunity must stop. The people of Haiti must believe that they have the opportunity to chart a path to a secure, a stable, and democratic future, and that gangs will not be allowed to rule and dictate the reality on the ground. The people of Haiti are waiting and want to hear our voices and to know that those who are committing the crimes or enable them to be committed cannot just continue to go back and forth from Haiti to the United States and move around with impunity. This will send a message to them that they will be held accountable for what and how they are destroying the lives and livelihood and opportunities for the hardworking people of Haiti. And so with that, I strongly support this bill and encourage my colleagues to support it as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Meeks for this fine piece of legislation and appreciate his bipartisan spirit. I urge my colleagues to pass the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act and make clear that the United States will expose and hold accountable those who fund, enable, and profit from gang violence in Haiti. We will shine a light on the criminal networks undermining regional stability and ensure there are consequences for those who collude with them. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2643 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2503.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2503, a bill to require the development of a strategy to eliminate the availability to foreign adversaries of goods and technologies capable of supporting undersea cables and for other purposes.
To the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of Representative Kane's Undersea Cable Control Act. Over 99% of the world's data that crosses the oceans travels through the fiber optic cables that sit on the sea floor. This bill requires the U.S. to develop and execute a strategy to protect this critical infrastructure. America's adversaries are working around the clock to control these communication checkpoints. Chinese companies like HMN Technologies, formerly known as Huawei Marine Networks, are estimated to be building or repairing about a quarter of the world's undersea cables. There have been documented instances of the Chinese manipulating and spying on these networks, with internet traffic being rerouted through China. It is important that we identify what the Chinese Communist Party needs to deploy undersea cables so that we can ensure only America and its allies lead in the development and maintenance of this technology. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Kane's fine bill to begin this process of protecting this critical infrastructure and vulnerable infrastructure. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2503. Communication systems and access to the Internet are highly dependent on undersea cables. 99% of intercontinental data travels via undersea fiber optic cables on the ocean floor. It goes without saying that control and manufacture of these cables matter, not just for economic development, but will matter in any conflict. The United States, with allies and partners, must maintain strategic independence and should seek to become the primary source of this critical infrastructure. This bill will force the Bureau of Industry and Security to provide a study along these lines, which is long overdue. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the sponsor of this fine legislation, Mr. Kane.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2503, the Undersea Cable Control Act. Undersea cables have long been an integral part of America's transcontinental communication and data transmission. The Undersea Cable Control Act is a crucial, bipartisan piece of legislation that is designed to protect U.S. national security and to ensure continued U.S. technological leadership. By limiting our foreign adversaries' access to undersea cable infrastructure, we can protect U.S. leadership from the influence of adversarial governments like the Chinese Communist Party. I think that we can all agree, regardless of which side of the aisle you stand on, that there is a need to ensure that technologies critical to America's telecommunications infrastructure do not end up in the wrong hands. Undersea cables carry approximately 99% of transoceanic digital traffic, enabling $10 trillion in daily financial transactions and contributing hundreds of billions of dollars to the U.S. economy every year. Undersea cable infrastructure has become the digital backbone of the modern global economy. Recent attacks on the transcontinental cables have exposed vulnerabilities in the framework, however. This bill directs the Commerce Department and the State Department to develop a strategy to eliminate adversarial access to the key technologies used in undersea cables. This strengthens our export controls, requires transparency and public reporting, and promotes collaboration with our allies abroad to ensure that our standards and our infrastructure are secure. I would like to thank Chairman Mast of the House Foreign Affairs Committee for his authorship of this bill during the 118th Congress. I'm honored to continue the legacy that he began. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
From Washington reserves, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am ready to close if the other side has no more speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support this bill on undersea cables and believe it's a smart step to develop a strategy for American economic statecraft in this important area. And I yield back the balance of my time.
From Texas yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Undersea Cable Control Act will ensure America, not the Chinese Communist Party, is connecting the globe with critical undersea cable infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2503. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4490 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4490, a bill to amend International Organizations Immunities Act to extend diplomatic privileges and immunities to certain additional international and regional organizations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the Partner Act, a forward-looking measure that strengthens America's ties with the international organizations shaping the global order at a moment when international competition is sharper than ever. This legislation gives our nation the ability to fully engage with influential regional international bodies, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the Pacific Islands Forum, the Caribbean Community, and the African Union, by extending to them the same diplomatic privileges afforded under the International Organizations Immunities Act. In doing so, we signal not only respect for their importance, but also our determination to work alongside them as equal partners in tackling shared challenges. These organizations are central to addressing pressing issues that do not stop at our borders, from advancing security and prosperity to fostering innovation and confronting global health threats. If the United States is to lead effectively in this century, we cannot remain on the sidelines. We must be present in the rooms where decisions are being made, ready to cooperate and ready to lead. This bill ensures that our diplomats and institutions are equipped to do exactly that. I encourage my partners to join me in supporting the Partner Act and reaffirming America's commitment to principled, enduring international leadership. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Washington reserves, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Partner Act. This is a bipartisan bill supported by colleagues on both sides of the aisle that strengthens American diplomacy, science, and leadership in the world. The Partner Act does something very simple but very important. It extends basic legal protections, known as privileges and immunities, to several key international organizations that the United States works closely with, but that until now have lacked the same recognition that we give to other multilateral institutions. And so let me explain why this is very important. These legal protections are not special favors. They are the standard tools that allow international organizations to do their work effectively and independently. They protect institutions from lawsuits, taxation, or other interference that could disrupt their missions, while still ensuring that individuals remain accountable for their own private actions. And they are reciprocal. Just as American diplomats and officials enjoy these protections when we serve in international organizations abroad, we extend them to our partners here in the United States. It's the basic infrastructure of diplomacy. And why is this bill important right now? First, our strategic interest in the Indo-Pacific. ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, is central to U.S. engagement in Asia. Recognizing its diplomatic status here in the United States shows our commitment to the region's future and to working with our Asian partners on equal footing. Second, the Western Hemisphere, of which we are part, obviously is incredibly important to the United States. CARICOM, the Caribbean community, plays a crucial role in democratic governance, regional security, and disaster preparedness. Extending privileges and immunities supports CARICOM as a unified voice for the Caribbean and strengthens U.S. ties to a region where our influence should be felt through real, consistent engagement. Third, science and technology leadership. CERN, which is the European Organization for Nuclear Research, is one of the world's premier scientific organizations. It is partnering with the United States researchers on the deep underground neutrino experiment, a $3 billion project based right here in the United States. This is some of the most important and cutting-edge physics research in the world that will, hopefully, allow us to better understand the universe. By extending privileges and immunities to CERN, we can speed up the timeline for this groundbreaking work, control costs, and ensure that American scientists remain at the forefront of the discovery. Fourth, our Pacific and African partners. This bill authorizes the President to extend protections to the Pacific Islands Forum, a vital regional body in the South Pacific where small island nations are on the front lines of climate change and facing significant diplomatic overtures by China. And the bill fixes a gap in U.S. law by ensuring the African Union's observer mission to the United Nations in New York receives the same recognition as the AU itself. Taken together, these provisions make clear that the United States values our partnerships and will invest in multilateral cooperation that advances our interests and our American values. Mr. Speaker, Congress has extended privileges and immunities before to the European Union, to the African Union, and of course to the United Nations and the Organization of American States. This bill simply applies that same standard to other organizations that the United States works with every single day. At a time when our competitors are working overtime to expand their influence in Asia, the Caribbean, the Pacific, and Africa, we cannot afford to sit back. The Partner Act is a concrete step to strengthen U.S. leadership, deepen our alliances, and keep America at the center of global diplomacy and science. I want to thank all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, for their leadership and for their work on this bill. This bill has broad bipartisan support. It's good for American diplomacy, good for American science, and good for American leadership in the world. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the Partner Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Representative Kim.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, Representative Baumgartner, for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4490, the Partner Act. This bill represents a bold and necessary commitment to strengthening America's engagement with our allies and partner organizations worldwide by granting tailored immunities and privileges. Of note is the inclusion of provisions from the Partner with ASEAN Act and the Pacific Partnership Act, which together elevate U.S. cooperation with our Indo-Pacific allies. The Indo-Pacific is home to over half the world's population, vital trade routes, and rapidly growing economies and markets. It is a region that I hold as a key priority as chair of the East Asia and the Pacific of the House Foreign Affairs Committee due to its significance to national security and economic prosperity. Meanwhile, the region also faces significant challenges, including rising geopolitical tensions, maritime disputes, and growing coercion from bad actors seeking to undermine a rules-based order. This bill is long overdue and sends a strong message that the United States will stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends, including our Indo-Pacific partners, from the Philippines to Palau, to promote a free, open, and prosperous region. This bill is not just about diplomatic immunities, it is about American leadership on the global stage. And I'm proud to co-lead this bill with Representative Castro, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Bill Foster.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Castro, Representative Kim, and Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4490, the Partner Act. This legislation represents an important step forward in our country's ability to collaborate with international partners. In particular, this legislation contains the text of our Strengthening Science Through Diplomacy Act, which simplifies our scientific collaboration with CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research. As a physicist, I spent more than 2 decades working with colleagues from around the globe at Fermilab in Illinois, where international scientific collaboration allowed us to better understand each other and the universe that we are embedded in. CERN already partners with several of our national laboratories, including Argonne National Lab and Fermi National Lab in the 11th District of Illinois that I represent. In particular, this bill will allow for closer collaboration with CERN on the Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment, also known as DUNE, an international flagship experiment. DUNE will help us discover more about the nature of subatomic particles known as neutrinos, which could help us understand fundamental questions about the origin of matter and the beginnings of the universe. It will also search for previously undetectable modes of proton decay, the subject for which I received my PhD thesis many moons ago. This legislation will allow CERN to send its scientists who have been working on the DUNE project to assist in person as these experiments come online. And one of the most exciting things about the DUNE project is we don't know what it will discover. When we built our proton decay detector many moons ago, we did not know that 160,000 years ago, a star blew up, went supernova in the Greater Magellanic Cloud, and for 160,000 years, the flash of light from that stellar explosion and the burst of neutrinos traveled toward the Earth. It arrived in 1987, where the astronomers saw the flash of light, and we saw in our underground detector the burst of neutrinos. So we learned an incredible thing about these stellar explosions. And it's this sort of thing that brings me and brings other young people into science. So I'd really like to thank Ranking Member Castro, as well as Representative Dusty Johnson of the great state of South Dakota, who worked with me over the last few years to ensure the success of this legislation. This bipartisan effort is an important step in solidifying our partnership with CERN and maintaining our nation's role as a leader in scientific research. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'd like to yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Castro and Representative Kim, for introducing this important bill. I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4490 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4233.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4233, a bill to modify provisions relating to defense trade and cooperation among Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bumgartner, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I'd like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation to improve implementation of the AUKUS partnership. The AUKUS partnership is a groundbreaking defense partnership between the United States, the UK, and Australia, created with the intention of keeping a free and open Indo-Pacific and strengthening defense trade between the U.S. and our closest allies. The AUKUS partnership presents a unique opportunity for the U.S. to strengthen our relationship with our AUKUS partners, ensure interoperability with our most important allies in any future conflict, and promote innovation in defense technology. While Congress codified the AUKUS partnership last year, AUKUS has faced numerous challenges in its implementation due to bureaucratic red tape. Since its implementation, we have worked closely with our foreign partners and the Trump administration to discuss the challenges AUKUS Pillar 2 has faced. This legislation addresses these challenges and will ensure that the AUKUS partnership is implemented according to the original intent of the partner countries, allowing the U.S. defense industry and our allies to take full advantage of the benefits of this agreement. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4233. The AUKUS agreement established by the Biden administration was a historic accomplishment, and Congress has played an important and constructive role in laying the legislative foundation for closer cooperation between the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia. With this latest legislative effort, Representatives Kim and Dean are continuing and furthering that legacy and promoting a free and prosperous Indo-Pacific. AUKUS is an important way to bolster our alliance structure in East Asia and the Pacific and do what we do best as a nation, work with our allies towards a common cause, in this case, a free and open Indo-Pacific. The AUKUS agreement accomplishes these ends by providing Australia with additional submarine training and technology in Pillar 1, as well as knitting together cooperative defense research and development efforts between Australia, the United States, and the UK in Pillar 2. The bill builds on important bipartisan provisions agreed to in the FY24 NDAA, which set the foundation for AUKUS, and provides minor technical improvements as well. Principally, it clarifies and enshrines the ability for AUKUS partners to re-export and retransfer defense material and technology within the AUKUS construct and through established and secure channels. The bill also provides other technical fixes and clarifications to the already strong bipartisan AUKUS foundational text, which continues to serve all three AUKUS countries. As the Trump administration conducts its belated review of AUKUS, many of us here in Congress on both sides of the aisle look forward to seeing AUKUS continue forward. This bill is a helpful contribution to its shared goals. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California, the sponsor of this fine piece of legislation, Representative Kim.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, my colleague, Representative Baumgartner, for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 4233, the AUKUS Reform for Military Optimization and Review Act, or ARMOR Act. The ARMOR Act strengthens defense collaboration and trade among Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, which make up the AUKUS Trilateral Security Partnership. Since its inception in 2021, AUKUS has been key to our collective defense strategy, promoting cooperation on cutting-edge technologies like nuclear-powered submarines, artificial intelligence, and hypersonic systems. Unfortunately, outdated export controls and bureaucratic hurdles currently hinder the efficient sharing of critical defense technologies among our trusted partners. H.R. 4233 addresses these challenges by facilitating quicker, more secure transfers of defense materials while preserving critical protections for sensitive technologies. Specifically, it expands the expedited licensing to include retransfers, removes the congressional notification requirement on certain AUKUS transfers, requires a report on implementation of expedited review for export licenses, and requires an annual review of the excluded technology list to ensure the list is relevant and aligned with AUKUS goals. The Indo-Pacific faces growing challenges, and the unholy alliance is growing more brazen and aggressive. This week, Xi Jinping is hosting Iran, North Korea, Russia, and other hostile actors for a military parade. They are clearly sending a message to the United States and our allies that they are more united than ever. So time is of essence. We need to expedite the AUKUS partners' access to markets and make sure this defense pact is working as intended. Bureaucratic delays to the AUKUS agreement undermine our ability to counter threats and to maintain technological and defense superiority. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to send a strong message to our adversaries and friends alike that the United States is serious about preserving a free and open Indo-Pacific with our allies. I want to thank Arms Sales Task Force co-chairs, Representative Zinke and Representative Dean, for leading this bill with me. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Representative Madeline Dean.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Baumgartner, Representative Castro. I rise in support of H.R. 4233, the Armor Act, legislation that I was proud to work on with Representative Kim and Representative Zinke. AUKUS was a historic initiative launched under the Biden administration. It is an example of the collective strengths of the United States, Australia, and the UK. It exemplifies our commitment to working as allies, partners, to positively contribute to security, defense security around the world, including leveraging our shared capabilities to shape a free and open Indo-Pacific and to counter the rising threat China poses. I recently returned from a bipartisan, bicameral CODEL to Australia and the Indo-Pacific, and all were eager to build on the AUKUS framework. This legislation will strengthen the AUKUS collaboration and joint operability. It clarifies that re-exports and retransfers within the geographic territory of the United States, UK, and Australia are permitted under the previously exempted defense trade provisions. Importantly, it also preserves Congress's oversight authority and continues to ensure the protection of the most sensitive technologies that underpin our security. I am grateful to have worked with Representative Kim on this bipartisan effort to support our allies and bolster our shared defense. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill as well. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
I applaud the sponsor and co-sponsors of the bill for their work on this legislation. We should be working more closely together with allies that share our values. That's the central idea behind the AUKUS agreement and the driving principle of this legislation. I strongly support it, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the AUKUS partnership is foundational to our global defense strategy. We must ensure it is implemented as it was intended. I am proud to support this legislation to improve existing AUKUS law, and I urge my colleagues to join me. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4233? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2635.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2635, a bill to support the human rights of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups residing primarily in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and safeguard their distinct identity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I'd also like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Was recognized.
I rise today in strong support of Representative Young Kim's Uighur Policy Act of 2025. The Chinese Communist Party continues to commit genocide against the Uighur people in Xinjiang. Over 1 million Uyghurs are held in mass detention camps where they face torture, forced labor, constant surveillance, and forced sterilization. This is not just about abuse, it's a systemic campaign of genocide. The Uyghur Policy Act pushes back. It directs the Secretary of State to prioritize support for the Uyghurs and other persecuted groups, and to work with allies to pressure China to close these camps. It also urges U.S. leadership at the United Nations to ensure China's human rights abuses so that they are not ignored or silenced. America must lead with moral clarity. We must stand for human rights and against genocide. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2635 to support the human rights of Uyghurs, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm a proud supporter of Representative Kim's Uighur Policy Act. The House Foreign Affairs Committee has played an important leadership role in pushing for the protection of Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang in the face of genocide and forced labor, as my colleague mentioned. In the last few years, the Congress and the House Foreign Affairs Committee have prioritized this issue, including marking up and enacting the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, thanks in large part to Representative Jim McGovern and Speaker Emerita Pelosi's leadership. But our work is far from done because Beijing's repression continues. The legislation before us today is a strong bipartisan bill. I hope it sends a clear signal to the Trump administration about Congress's intent. So far, the administration has cut congressionally authorized programs that support human rights in China, including initiatives empowering Chinese and Uyghur-related diaspora groups to combat transnational repression and defend religious freedom. And despite the fact that Radio Free Asia helped break the story about China's program of detention, re-education, and forced labor, this administration is trying to close Radio Free Asia as we speak. It has shut down the only independent Uyghur language service in the entire world. So, I thank Representative Kim and Representative Berra for their leadership on this bill and hope this administration reverses course. These cuts aid the CCP, not the victims of their abuse or the American people. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California, the sponsor of this legislation, Representative Kim.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, Representative Baumgartner, for yielding and for managing the floor debate today. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 2635, the Uighur Policy Act. The Uighur Policy Act comes at a very important time. The Chinese Communist Party continues to deny its genocide against the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. But we know that forced sterilization, forced labor, brainwashing, and torture is rampant in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Despite exposure of the CCP's crimes, Xi Jinping is doubling down. A civil society investigation uncovered that the CCP's harassment and forced transfer of Uyghur workers is more pervasive than previously thought, with individuals relocated over 2,000 miles away from the Uighur region. Meanwhile, Uyghur human rights advocates and family members of detainees are intimidated and harassed by the CCP's transnational repression and espionage campaigns abroad. The fact that this happens here on U.S. soil is unacceptable and threatens our homeland. The Uyghur Policy Act directs the Secretary of State to lead all U.S. governmental policies and programs that support Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minority groups in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It counteracts transnational repression against the Uyghur diaspora and creates reporting mechanisms for Uyghur victims. It also works to expose and disrupt Beijing's state-sponsored forced labor programs that exploit Uyghurs to dominate vital industries. This includes the cotton industry, where more than 20% of the world's cotton is a product of a Uyghur forced labor. We need to make sure our economy is not subsidized by the CCP's human rights abuses. The United States must show through words and through actions that we will have Uyghurs' backs in their fight against the CCP's tyranny. We must leverage the U.S. soft power, garner international support for Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities, and equip the State Department with the tools that it needs to effectively fight against Xi Jinping's genocidal campaign. I thank my colleague, Representative Ami Bera, for leading this bipartisan legislation with me, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm ready to close if there are no other speakers from the other side.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and will continue to reserve until the gentleman yields back his time.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm proud to champion the protection of Uyghurs as a member of Congress. But let me point out someone who was also a fierce champion of the Uyghurs, perhaps their strongest supporter across the Capitol, and that is our now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Then Senator Rubio gave an important speech in the Senate to get the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act over the finish line just a few years ago in 2021. But now, as Secretary, he's overseen drastic cuts to religious freedom and human rights programming that helps the Uyghurs. I hope that this bill augurs a return to Senator Rubio rather than this, what is a disheartening and non-strategic policy that we've seen from the State Department today. I strongly support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to do so as well. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in passing the Uyghur Policy Act of 2025 to increase awareness and advocacy of the Uyghurs. We cannot be silent in the face of genocide. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2635? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, with 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4216 and H.R. 747. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4216 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4216, a bill to direct the Secretary of State in coordination with the Secretary of Defense to carry out a review of the list of defense articles and services required to be transferred under the Foreign Military Sales Program as opposed to direct commercial sales, FMS only list.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 395, the nays are 20, 0 recorded as present. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 747 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 747, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors, to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Today, we honor two beautiful souls, 8 and 10-year-olds, lost their lives to senseless gun violence at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis last week. My heart is shattered for all the families impacted by this horrific tragedy. The horror that children, educators, and parishioners went through while they were praying should not have happened. I am incredibly grateful to our brave first responders who saved countless lives by their heroism and swift action. As our Minneapolis community continues to grieve, we must stand united to prevent another tragedy from occurring ever again. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, and I yield back.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question to the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution Number 539, censuring Representative LaMonica McIver and removing her from the Committee on Homeland Security. Whereas on May the 9th, 2025, Representative McIver took part in an incident at the Delaney Hall Federal Immigration Facility located in Newark, New Jersey. Whereas Representative LaMonica McIver of New Jersey, as a result of her actions on May the 9th, 2025, has been charged in a 3-count indictment by a federal grand jury for assaulting, resisting, impeding, and interfering with federal officers. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have challenged guidance from a federal officer regarding access to the secure immigration detention facility. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have interfered with Homeland Security investigations officials from making an arrest of an unauthorized visitor. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have, quote, slammed her forearm into the body and restrained an HSI officer by forcibly grabbing him. Whereas Representative McIver is alleged to have further interfered with an Immigration and Customs Enforcement deportation officer engaged in the performance of his official duties. Whereas body camera and other video evidence support the allegations made within the federal indictment, whereas such actions constitute a violation of Section 111A1 of Title 18 United States Code related to assaulting, resisting, impeding, and interfering with a federal officer, whereas Clause 1 of Rule XXIII of the Rules the House of Representatives provides, a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House shall behave at all times in a manner that shall reflect credibility on the House. Whereas such actions of a member of the House of Representatives do not reflect credibility on the House, and whereas Representative McIver's continued service on the Committee on Homeland Security, which is charged with oversight of federal immigration enforcement and other national security matters, would represent a significant conflict of interest. Now, therefore, be it resolved. Section 1, censure of Representative LaMonica McIver. Representative LaMonica McIver, 1, is censured. 2, shall forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3, is censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Section 2, removal from Committee on Homeland Security. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, the Committee on Homeland Security, Mrs. McIver. Mr. Speaker, that is all.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader is a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Louisiana will appear in the record at this point. The chair will now at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Desmond Desi Patrick Flaherty of Stony Point, who passed away last week at the age of 86. Born in the Bronx, Desi dedicated his life to service, spending 20 years with the NYPD's 44th Precinct, where he helped found the 44 Forever Club, and more than 50 years driving a school bus with Haverstraw Transit, safely carrying generations of children to school. He coached Stony Point Little League for 25 years. He was an active member of the Rockland County Shields, the North Rockland Social Club, and his parish, St. Gregory Barbarigo. Above all, Desi was a family man. He leaves behind his wife, Eleanor, 63 years together, 4 children, 10 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. He was a proud North Rocklander whose legacy will live on in his family and in all the lives he touched. May Desi's memory always be a blessing to his family and to the North Rockland community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's wildfire season in Oregon, and the Trump administration is making it harder for fire crews to do their jobs. I met with them, some of whom voted for the president, and they told me that the funding cuts are a problem and they don't have the resources they need. And now this administration is pulling people off the front lines of wildfires to conduct immigration enforcement. Give me a break. Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, the Labor Day fires killed 9 people and destroyed thousands of homes in Oregon. And Central Oregon is currently fighting the flat fire, which, thanks to the hard work of our fire crews, is now at 52% containment. Now is not the time to make life harder on our firefighters. This administration needs to stop the foolishness. I don't mess around with the safety of my constituents, and neither should the president. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Army Sergeant Michael Verardo, a true American hero who passed away last week following a 15-year battle with injuries from his deployment in Afghanistan. Michael served his country with distinction as a proud infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division, surviving devastating injuries from IED explosions that claimed one of his legs and left him with countless other seen and unseen injuries, resulting in over 120 surgeries and hours of therapy. Michael's life was not simply defined by his courage, but also by the love that he had for his dear wife, Sarah, and their 3 precious daughters. His legacy will continue to empower thousands upon thousands of wounded veterans with hope as they live full lives back here at home. Michael's life is a powerful reminder that freedom is not free and it comes at a cost. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, back to school season should be a time of excitement, a time when families pick out backpacks, meet teachers, and look ahead toward a year of learning and growth. But for the Merlos family, a Portland family, homeowners, business owners, and vital members of our community, this school year begins in fear and heartbreak. Jackie Merlos and her 4 U.S. citizen children were detained by Customs and Border Protection and held for 2 weeks in a windowless cell without access to legal counsel. After public outcry and a temporary restraining order from a judge, these U.S. citizen children were released from detention, but now have been separated from their parents, who remain in ICE custody. Let's be clear. This cruelty is not accidental. It's family separation in another name, and it's doing nothing to make our communities safer. As a mother, a physician, and a lawmaker, I will not stay silent. We need an immigration system rooted in dignity and justice, not fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Thomas Deering Sr. For 90 years, Theron lived with faith, service, and love at the heart of all he did. Born and raised in Bryan County, he proudly served our nation in the U.S. Air Force. Theron dedicated decades to Richmond Hill as a city council member, public works supervisor, and volunteer fireman. His steady leadership and tireless service helped shape the community we know today. Yet his greatest impact went beyond titles or positions. He was remembered most for his kindness, his generosity, and his willingness to lend a helping hand. He was a devoted husband to Janie, a loving father and grandfather, and a guiding light in the First Baptist Church. Theron leaves behind a legacy of integrity and devotion that will endure for generations. May we honor him by carrying forward his example of faith, service, and love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary life and legacy of Mary Perry, who sadly passed away in August. She left a mark on our community that will live for generations to come. First, through her role as president of the Wendell Wake NAACP for decades, and later when she made history as the first African-American chair of the Wake County Democratic Party. From the civil rights movement to today's struggles for fairness in education, healthcare, housing, and voting, she led our community through many fights for justice and equality. She faced threats while standing up to Jim Crow, fought against restrictive voting laws, and inspired the next generation of leaders. Mary Perry's story is one of perseverance and courage. We will proudly carry her legacy with us in the challenges ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my Northern California district in Glenn County, there's a water district called the Orland Project. It was built to capture and store water, yet outdated federal laws tie our hands on how it can be used. Right now, these supplies can only be transferred to the Central Valley Project if the governor declares a drought emergency. That restriction makes no sense as the water isn't as flexibly used as it could be. In most years, surplus water is sitting behind a federal dam while farms just down the road are short, and the aquifers are getting pumped harder and harder to make up the difference from this surface water. If we don't start pulling down these federal roadblocks, more water will keep going to waste, just running out to the sea, not being used. So my legislation, the Orland Project Water Management Act, is a simple fix. It allows that water to be moved whenever it's available, not just during an emergency or when the governor feels like it. No new construction, no extra costs, it's just smarter use of what we already have. It's really, in terms of government, a no-brainer bill that supports agriculture, protects groundwater, and improves reliability. So why don't we build in the flexibility to move the water where it's needed instead of just wasting it out to the ocean? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Mark Fisher, a constituent of mine who has spent more than 35 years leading our Jewish community in Cincinnati. For the past 13 years, Mark has served as the CEO of the Mayerson JCC. He has worked incredibly hard for the community in which he grew up. And because of his leadership, the J has thrived. Membership grew, early childhood and senior programs expanded, and partnerships flourished. And during the pandemic, the J was a reliable source of strength and connection. That's what Mark brought to the work, a true effort to make sure everyone could find a place in our community. He will retire at the end of the year, but the impact he's had will last for a very, very long time. So Mark, thank you for all you've done for the Mayerson JCC and for all of Southwest Ohio. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump has called on several Republican governors to redistrict congressional districts, no matter what the cost to fairness, voter inclusion, or proper geographic representation. If his big, beautiful, ugly bill and its related policies were so popular, he wouldn't need to do this. Cutting Medicaid for rural hospitals and food programs for the needy isn't so popular after all. His irrational tariff policies are backfiring. If his backtracking on environmental progress, threats to Social Security and VA benefits weren't creating a grassroots pushback, this wouldn't be necessary. The unpopularity of his policies should lose him the tight-fisted control of this House. We cannot box following the Marcus of Queensberry rules of fair and impartial districting, while the World Wrestling Federation rules allow you to hit your opponent over the head with a chair. This is a desperate power grab whose agenda has failed the American people. We cannot let gerrymandering silence voters. Democracy demands fairness, and we must fight for it. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Hari Vadlamudi, a husband, dad, and beloved member of the Loudoun County community who tragically passed away in July. Hari was deeply respected through his professional work in the IT field and through his service. He was the treasurer of the HEAL USA, a nonprofit organization that supports thousands of underprivileged children in India. He was known by many as the proud volleyball dad, always the loudest one in the Broad Run High School gym, cheering on his daughters. Hari had a reputation for always going above and beyond for his family, his friends, and most of all, his community. Hari Vadlamuni's memory will live on and leave a lasting impact on all those who were lucky to know him. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Ignacio Gonzalez, or we lovingly called Ziggy, as our beloved son of Southwest Detroit. Ziggy was a proud veteran and dedicated educator, and he lived a remarkable life of 94 years. Born in 1930, Ziggy served in the United States Air Force before returning home to raise a family and dedicate his life to teaching and coaching. As a beloved educator at Western International High School, Mr. G inspired countless students with his humor, wisdom, and unshakable belief in their potential. Ziggy was also the heart and soul of Clark Park, where he got the name Mr. Clark Park and built the hockey and baseball programs that gave young people a place to play and belong. His love of family, sports, and community and music, especially jazz, reflected the very best of him in Detroit. The 12th Congressional District extends our love to his wife and loved ones as we celebrate his life and commit to carrying forward his legacy.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
And to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I joined our Maui Ohana and law enforcement officers and officials from across Hawaii as we bid farewell to Suzanne O, a beloved member of our Maui Police Department who was killed in the line of duty, the first for our department in 26 years. Raised in American Samoa and a graduate of Farrington High School, Officer O hoped to be a role model for other Pacific Islander girls, and she was. One of those girls, her niece Olea, spoke at her memorial, calling her auntie my favorite beautiful police officer and asking her to visit her in her dreams. Officer O was a proud member of the MPD Honor Guard, and she received a certificate of merit for her heroic efforts during the Maui wildfires. In a final act of aloha, 911 dispatchers issued a special broadcast across all channels. She embodied skill, tenacity, courage, and compassion in all that she did. We are all better for knowing her. Employee number 30881, call sign 1 Alpha 30, Officer Suzanne O, end of watch, August 15th, 2025. Officer O, as you watch over us now from above, we will do our very best to serve, live, and lead like you did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Members, I rise today in support of Lisa Cook. She is a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. I rise to support her because there's an attempt to fire her if she does not retire or resign. This attempt that is being made is because the President of the United States wants to take over the Federal Reserve. This is our central bank with responsibility for determining the interest rates, short-term interest rates. We cannot allow the President of the United States to own, dictate, and tell the Federal Reserve what they can and cannot do. If he gets rid of Lisa Cook, he will have control of the central bank. What he will do is insist on interest rates going down, but what people do not understand, this will cause inflation to rise. This president has interfered with legal law firms and sued them. He has interfered with our educational institutions, threatening their funding if they don't do what they're told. This now is a wannabe what? Taking over the central bank in order to determine the entire economy. I ask you to join with me and support Lisa Cook and Powell at the central bank.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my highest priority remains connecting with constituents. We traveled to all 22 counties and NC1, making over 40 stops, holding over 70 events in August. We hosted 7 listening sessions to hear from our constituents. Connecting with so many voices in our communities was insightful. Many constituents voiced concerns about H.R. 1 and its potential impact on healthcare delivery, especially in our rural areas. Serious discussions took place regarding the future of Martin General Hospital as a vital rural emergency hospital and the need for a farm bill. We wrapped up a productive August, welcoming students back to school. I feel genuinely honored to bring the voices of the residents of Eastern North Carolina back to Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 34th time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for malnourished children. As a reminder, in January, the Trump administration stopped funding for emergency food aid that had been appropriated by Congress. And since then, despite saying all the right things, that the funding is going to be restored, that the shipments are going to start again, they continue to drag their feet. Adhesia Nutrition in my district manufactures some of that food aid designed to help starving children get back to health. And after 8 months, thousands of boxes are still sitting in a warehouse in Rhode Island instead of getting to kids who are starving to death. Now, the administration finally awarded a contract a few weeks ago after 8 months of delays, but the company has still not been told where to ship to. Where's the urgency? Children are dying. And step after step, the administration has dragged its feet in restarting the program that they cut off back in January. I will keep speaking out every day until the administration honors its word. Ship the product, save lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, release the Epstein files. The American people deserve the truth. The President promised the release of the Epstein files, and yet very rich and powerful interests are still working to bury them. Who are they protecting? The Washington elite? The billionaires, the politicians, the establishment class that thinks they're above the law? Maybe even the President himself? We won't know for sure. And unless and until the President honors his promise to release the entirety of the files immediately. No one is above the law, not the rich, not the well-connected, not those who abuse the vulnerable and hide behind their privilege. The victims deserve justice. Our citizenry deserves transparency. Our democracy demands accountability. And every day these files remain hidden to another day, the elites laugh at the American people. I call on the Trump administration and its Department of Justice, release all the Epstein files unaltered. And I call on each of my colleagues to not shield the powerful, shine a light on the truth. That is the least we owe the violated victims and the very least we owe our nation. Truth. Release the files. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What members of the Democratic caucus are doing to my right is signing a discharge petition to release the Epstein files. They need to be released because the American public wants to see them, and the fact that so many people in power don't want them released says there's something there that smells. What smells is that children, girls, were raped and sexually abused. And people who did it don't want it revealed to the American public. We need to be open and transparent, and if there are perverts among the leadership, they need to be exposed, because the American people do not respect that and will not respect anybody that engaged in that kind of conduct. So I'm going to sign the petition, hope everybody signs the petition, and we get an unredacted copy of the files. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, be removed as an original co-sponsor from House Resolution 547. A mistake was made in terms of names.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today House Republicans take the floor to share the stories of hardworking Americans who will benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. All of us spent August, a district work period, speaking with our constituents. At least on the Republican side, we actually spoke to our constituents. We heard countless stories about how the One Big Beautiful Bill actually delivers wins for them. Bigger paychecks, more jobs, safer communities, and a whole lot more. Today's special order hour will focus on them and the American people. I will use this hour to highlight their stories. From Michiganders in the 9th District to the coast of California, every corner of America benefits from the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's exactly what we will hear today. It is a privilege to kick things off and share some incredible stories happening back home in Michigan's 9th District as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Over the past month, I've had the privilege of meeting with the people who truly drive our economy and strengthen our communities. Our small businesses, our manufacturers, defense companies, farmers, and hardworking Michiganders. From shop floors at Allied UV assembly lines to AJG Aerospace in Clarkston, I heard directly from manufacturers who are expanding, and I'll say it again, expanding production and hiring more workers thanks to the R&D tax savings that we enacted. I visited with small business owners like Lance Halwig, whose family owns Armada Grain Company, and they've owned it for generations. Small business owners like Lance are the backbone of Main Street and will now be able to grow their companies and further support their employees. I met with defense companies like Ascent Aerospace in Macomb, Michigan. Thanks to our $150 billion generational investment in national security, Ascent will ensure our men and women in uniform have the tools that they need to protect our country and keep us safe. And lastly, I spent time over the work period with family farms and family farmers, where the next generation of Michigan farmers can carry the tradition of actually feeding America thanks to the permanent death tax relief. At each stop, I heard the same message. Washington needs to get out of the way and let hardworking Americans do what they do best. And that's why I've been so proud to champion the One Big Beautiful Bill. This legislation cuts red tape and gives families, farmers, and job creators more freedom to succeed. The stories and feedbacks brought back from my district aren't just conversations. They are the reason that I'm fighting every day for common sense policies that actually put people before politics. Michigan families deserve solutions that make life easier, not harder. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, that's exactly what we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Texas as chairman of the Budget Committee, my friend, Mr. Arrington, for as much time as he may consume.
I want to thank the gentlelady and our Fearless Conference chair from Michigan for her leadership. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the One Big Beautiful Bill is a big and beautiful win for the American people. It's big because it delivers the largest tax cuts for families and small businesses, the greatest single investment in border security and national defense, the most significant commitment to unlocking America's energy resources, and the largest reduction in mandatory spending in the history of the United States by twofold. It's beautiful, Mr. Speaker, because of the tangible benefit these policies will provide our fellow Americans. During the month of August, like many of the members here, I crisscrossed over 1,000 miles in my district in West Texas. And the refrain I heard, one community after another, was simple. Thank you. Thank you for supporting our president. Thank you for delivering on our mandate. Thank you for fighting for our nation's future. Madam Chair, in Scurry County, we heard how deregulation and historic tax cuts will reignite their economy and put money back into their pockets. In Terry County, they were grateful for our stewardship of their hard-earned tax dollars as we cut $1.5 trillion in woke and wasteful spending. In Lynn County, we talked about strengthening rural health care through the $50 billion Rural Health Care Fund, cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse that has plagued Medicaid, and restoring the dignity of work through long overdue and generational welfare reform. In Palmer County, I was proud to report that the bill permanently locks in low taxes for working families, provides additional tax relief for seniors, and protects generational family farms, family-run oil and gas companies, and other family-owned businesses with enhanced death tax relief. In Shackelford and Hockley County, folks said that it's about time we put a stop to Biden's war on energy so we can lower prices for working people, so that we can strengthen our energy security, and so that we can unleash not just American energy dominance, but American prosperity for our children and children's children. In Haskell County, we talked about how the bill's generational investment in national security will help secure our sovereign border, strengthen our military, and restore America's leadership in the world. The other message I heard over and over was this: keep pressing forward, unrelented, undeterred, unapologetic, to advance the America First agenda. My response, Madam Chair: yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. As sure as the sun rises and we're just getting started. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Guthrie, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 2 months ago, Republicans in Congress worked alongside President Trump to deliver on our promises and pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a historic win for our country, unleashing American energy, promoting innovation, and protecting our federal health care programs for our most vulnerable citizens, and delivering historic tax cuts for families. As chairman of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, one of my top priorities is ensuring America has the energy needed to win the race for AI against China and power our future. And I'm proud to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill unleashes American energy dominance through strategic investments in eliminating wasteful subsidies. Our bill begins to refill our dangerously low strategic petroleum reserve and creates new investments to generate reliable energy that will secure our grid and power AI. The One Big Beautiful Bill also spurs technological innovation by renewing American wireless leadership through Spectrum Auction Authority that protects national security and generated $85 billion for new revenue for the federal government. For months, there's been a campaign of fear-mongering and misinformation about the bill's impact on our most vulnerable, Americans who rely on Medicaid. The truth is the One Big Beautiful Bill restores integrity back into our federal health care programs by ensuring ineligible recipients do not cut the line in front of those who are in most need. In fact, since its passage, we've already seen countless examples of waste, fraud, and abuse in our government-run health care programs. Just last week, the Congressional Budget Office found that the One Big Beautiful Bill removes 2.1 million ineligible individuals from the ACA marketplace coverage, with 1.2 million of those being unauthorized immigrants or non-citizens. CBO also found that 5.3 million able-bodied unemployed adults covered by Medicaid will now have to work in order to continue receiving their fully subsidized health care. The vast majority of Americans agree Medicaid should be a safety net, not a long-term entitlement for those who are able to work but choose not to. The One Big Beautiful Bill strengthens and secures Medicaid for expectant mothers, children, low-income seniors, and people with disabilities. Without passing the One Big Beautiful Bill, the average family in my district would have faced a 25% tax increase next year. Our bill prevented that tax hike by making permanent the 2017 Trump tax cuts that built upon it. But let's talk about individuals. The individual who lives on their Social Security will have more money in her pocket because she won't have to pay taxes on that. We're exempt taxes. Or the waitress in Glasgow, Kentucky, who won't pay tax on her tips. Or the farmers in Owensboro, who will be able to pass their family land down to their family because of the death tax increase that we made, exemption that we made permanent. We also talked to individuals about who have family members in nursing homes. And we know that we strengthened nursing homes that came to us as they were threatened because of some of the Biden rules to be shut down, and people need access when they have loved ones that are in need. These taxes aren't talk. These efforts aren't talk. They will grow our economy. Our legislation provides much-needed tax cuts for working families, unleashes American energy, and supports innovation, and safeguards health care for Americans who need it most. I was glad to see this bill signed into law, and I'm glad it had positive effect on the people I represent, and I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Utah, the vice chair. Oh, excuse me. I now yield to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your leadership. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the many ways that Texans, hardworking families, and small business owners across America are benefiting from the One Big Beautiful Bill. This is one of the most pro-family, pro-small business, pro-worker legislation ever signed into law. And as a small business owner myself and chairman of the House Committee on Small Business, I understand firsthand how policies coming out of Washington, D.C. can directly impact the day-to-day lives of Americans, particularly small business owners. Over the August work period, I met with constituents, small businesses, elected officials, and local leaders to hear how this historic legislation has impacted their daily lives. When I traveled across my district and the country, meeting with hardworking families and entrepreneurs, they are not concerned with Washington politics. They are focused on keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. President Trump and House Republicans are fulfilling the mandate given by the American people to restore economic prosperity, support small business, secure our border, unleash American energy, invest in rural America, and the list goes on. This legislation cuts taxes on hardworking Americans, lowers energy costs, brings jobs home, cuts wasteful spending, and puts Main Street first. These are not just talking points. These are real results for the American people. When you give money back to the people, it's a return on investment. I will always fight to provide the certainty for the future and to put more money back into your pockets as we step into the golden age in America. In God we trust. I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Utah, the vice chairman of the House Republican Conference, Mr. Blake Moore, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you to Chairwoman McLean. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. When I was back home for a big portion of August, Madam Speaker, I had a great opportunity to spend time with small business owners, individuals, folks trying to understand the difference between an Invest America Trump account versus a 529 and going through a lot of these details. And I kept hearing something from a lot of folks like, hey, but I get this. It seems like a good thing to always have lower taxes, but it's going to create a whole bunch of debt, right? And I love getting that question because I'm able to talk them through some of the specifics. And while I may not be great talking about tax policy in a rah-rah situation, but when you get to actually explain a few basic concepts to people, you see that folks actually get what we're talking about right here. Not what they're being, the bill of goods that they're being sold, but when you look at what happens with the concept of inversion, when a U.S. multinational company can choose to sort of co-opt with a foreign entity to be able to find a lower tax domicile, that way lowering their overall tax liability, and they can do that, yeah, that happens. And they end up paying tax revenue to foreign countries. So let's just say, well, you saw prior to 2017, when Republicans lowered and did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you had a tax rate of foreign-derived intangible income at approximately 16% effective rate. But let's say in Ireland, it was 13%. So a company could easily set up their entire tax base for that portion of their business in Ireland and pay 13%, where the U.S. sees no revenue. If we lower that tax rate to 13, just to become competitive, we don't even have to beat other nations' tax rates. But we lower that to 13% just to be competitive. Those companies started to flee back to America. And we got more revenue. And so I'll talk to folks, I say, when you make taxes competitive, we will actually grow our U.S. tax revenue. That's not adding deficit. And when you see people actually grasp that concept, it's fascinating to be able to say, oh, of course I would rather people be paying taxes in the U.S. as opposed to a foreign nation. Now, the foreign country doesn't love that when we do it. But if we put things on par, companies will almost in every circumstance choose to be doing business in the U.S. And we get more revenue. It is a win-win, and it is not what you're being lied to about. This is good, sound, competitive tax policy that will strengthen our nation, grow our revenue, and make it easier for businesses to compete. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After meeting with farmers, ranchers, small businesses, teachers, students, and community leaders from across Utah's 4th District, I'm here to report that one beautiful, big, beautiful bill is a win for Utahns. In Manti, I met with small business owners at the Sanpete County Council to talk about what this bill means to Main Street. From making the small business tax deductions permanent to doubling expenses for equipment, this bill gives Utah entrepreneurs the freedom to grow, hire, and thrive. Over 70,000 small businesses stand to benefit. With our Rural Advisory Council, I heard directly from Utah farmers and ranchers, the backbone of our state. The bill raises the death tax exemption, protects family farms, and protects food security for generations to come. In Fairview, I heard from the rural Utahns who rely on affordable energy to power their homes, farms, and businesses, and they are tired of red tape. The One Big Beautiful Bill streamlines permitting, unleashes Utah's energy potential, and helps providers deliver. From Payson to West Jordan to Murray, I visited Utah manufacturers to see firsthand how the One Big Beautiful Bill supports manufacturers by doubling expensing and boosting investment in Made in America production. For working families, the results are just as clear. The typical Utah family with 2 kids would take home close to $12,000 more under this law. It's real tax relief, groceries, gas, savings, and peace of mind. And for the first time, we're on the path to permanent school choice. This bill empowers parents, not bureaucrats, funds students, not systems, and ends the zip code lottery. It even helps families build for a future, establishing newborn investment accounts to grow generational wealth from day one. The American dream is alive and well in Utah, and the One Big Beautiful Bill is how we keep it that way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for as much time as he may consume.
I'd like to thank our conference chair for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to talk about the work we did during our August work period, and many opportunities I had to meet with small businesses throughout the district to talk about the new Big Beautiful Bill. But I want to highlight one of those businesses. It's in the heart of the 12th District of Georgia in Bullock County, home to Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia, the largest university in my district. Just a few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of visiting a family-owned barbecue restaurant named Dolan's Barbecue, where I met the owner, Mary Beth. Had a great conversation about her business and some of her challenges and how the One Big Beautiful Bill will help address some of those challenges. Among the many things we discussed were specifically the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime provisions, and the One Big Beautiful Bill. Being that Statesboro is a large college town, Mary Beth informed me that 95% of her staff are college students, young people simply looking to earn pocket money while they pursue their degrees. On average, Americans could receive up to $1,300 more from no taxes on their tipped income. Imagine what this means to Mary Beth's employees. We also discussed no tax on overtime. To quote Mary Beth, during busy times like football seasons, we work a lot of overtime because we're just so busy. We do a lot of catering during football season, and so that helps give our team a lot of opportunity to get more hours. Again, this is additional income for her team, and she is hopeful this will help retain more permanent employees. I'm so thankful to Mary Beth and all the other small businesses for welcoming me, and I look forward to visiting again Dolan's Barbecue and enjoying a delicious barbecue sandwich. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I yield right now from the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for as much time as he may consume.
quite all right. Thank you, Chairwoman and Madam Speaker. During the month of August, I spent time in Ohio's 2nd Congressional District, talking with countless Ohioans about their priorities, touring family-owned businesses, and hearing from local farmers, manufacturers, and defense companies about the issues most important to them. And the thing I heard from constituents is how grateful they are that the One Big Beautiful Bill will help them stay in business, keep money in their pockets, and reinvigorate our local economies. Small business owners operating shops on our main streets told me how the 199A tax credit will help them afford to stay in business so they can maintain their presence in our communities. When I went to eat lunch at a local family restaurant, I talked with the waitresses about how much money they'll be able to take home now that they're not being taxed on their tips. And when I talked with farmers, they expressed how the expanded funding for agriculture trade programs and investment in crop insurance will give them peace of mind about staying in business for years to come. For Will Minshaw, a young farmer in Pickaway County, Ohio, whose family farm is hitting 200 years in operation next year, the increased death tax exemption means it'll be easier for his family to pass the farm on to him and future generations. And with family farms making up 96% of all farms in my district, this is huge news for countless farming families in Southern Ohio. Through the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and Republicans are investing in American manufacturing and American jobs. And I see the direct impact of this through Andurill's up-and-coming manufacturing facility in Southern Ohio, which provide thousands of well-paying jobs to Ohioans while keeping America a leader in aerospace, innovation, and defense manufacturing. And finally, when touring Valero Energy, I heard excitement about the future now that President Trump is unleashing the American energy sector. The One Big Beautiful Bill is paving the way for economic prosperity, and Ohio families are reaping the benefits. I was proud to support it and will continue advocating for the needs of Buckeye families in Congress. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, for as much time as she may consume.
Hi, Madam Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill that we passed is wholly focused on unleashing growth from Main Street, empowering expansion of advanced manufacturing, and delivering the skilled job opportunities that will enrich people with valued learning trades that help build American innovation, technology, and infrastructure. In North Texas, we are in a perfect position to lead this new era of American growth. Our businesses and our workforce are ready to take advantage of these opportunities, whether they are in energy, advanced manufacturing, law enforcement, education, or technology. North Texas has something for everyone. And that's why our 2025 North Texas Job Fair was the biggest one yet, and a true example of the kind of opportunity and growth that we are delivering through the One Big Beautiful Bill. This year, we were joined by 35,000 job seekers who were able to connect with over 500 employers who were looking to fill more than 30,000 jobs across industries that are vital to our local economy. And one great example is the U.S. Border Patrol, as they are now expanding their workforce and hiring new agents as a direct result of our One Big Beautiful Bill. This will mean stronger borders, safer Texas communities, and definitely a greater peace of mind for our families. America's future is shining brighter than ever with the economic policies of the One Big Beautiful Bill to lower costs, increase wages, and expand job opportunities. I know America's industrial engine will be unleashed to deliver a breadth of career empowerment not seen in any time in our nation's history. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, we delivered on President Trump's domestic agenda and provided the largest tax cut in American history. That's because, as Republicans, we believe this money belongs to hardworking Americans, not to Washington bureaucrats. I couldn't be prouder of this conference and the Trump administration for working together in the interests of American citizens across our nation. Together, we delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, a double child tax credit, relief for our seniors, and so much more. In Georgia, families will keep an additional $3,000 of their own money in 2026 thanks to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Republicans are putting food back on the table. Georgia citizens are now able to afford several more weeks of groceries because of tax cuts. This conference and the Trump administration are working for you and it's been truly life-changing for many people. This August, I had the chance to get boots on the ground and see firsthand the impact of this bill on hardworking Georgians. Just the other week, I was eating at a Georgia restaurant, and I asked my server how no tax on tips would impact her life. And you know what she told me? She said she can finally start saving for her daughter's college education without worrying about whether she can still afford groceries at the end of the month. And she's not alone. I've asked others in the tip and overtime industry similar questions. I've also talked with folks who don't follow politics closely, as well as those who identify as Democrats. Every single time, they are pleasantly surprised to learn how much this bill helps, because for the last 2 months, Democrats have been flooding the airways with lies about the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, because they're embarrassed they couldn't vote for it. And you know why they couldn't vote for it? Purely out of hatred for President Donald J. Trump. Democrats voted against the middle class, while Republicans voted for it. Democrats voted against the American dream while we fought and will continue to fight to protect it. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is an investment in America's families, America's workers, and America's future. We are lifting up the middle class, restoring fairness, and proving once again that under Republican leadership, the American dream is alive and well. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, and thank you for having us tonight to talk about this important issue. Over the August district work period, I traveled throughout coastal Virginia and heard directly from the people I represent: service members, shipyard workers, working families, and aerospace leaders. I saw firsthand how the One Big Beautiful Bill is already beginning to shape our future here at home. At a TRICARE roundtable, I met with hospitals, small clinics, and providers who serve our military community. Families told me how critical it is to have consistent, reliable access to health care. The One Big Beautiful Bill makes a strong down payment by providing over $2 billion in new funding for the Defense Health Program, strengthening medical readiness for our service members, and ensuring our service members and their families and loved ones can get the care they deserve. I also visited the Curtiss Wright Service Center in Chesapeake, where skilled workers support our Navy's nuclear fleet. Their work is a reminder that America's shipbuilding strength begins with the men and women of our industrial base. The One Big Beautiful Bill invests more than $29 billion in shipbuilding and another $25 billion in advanced weapons and munitions. These funds will help sustain high-skilled jobs across Hampton Roads and guarantees our Navy remains the strongest in the world. At Naval Station Norfolk, I heard from commanders and sailors about the importance of readiness, and from military families about the daily challenges of housing, childcare, and the cost of moving. The One Big Beautiful Bill makes historic investments in quality of life for our service members, providing over $7.5 billion for this year for modernization of military housing, including $1 billion for unaccompanied housing across the services, $230 million for the Marine Corps Barracks 2030 initiative, tuition assistance, child care, and housing allowance supplements, and an extension of temporary lodging expenses from 14 to 21 days to ease the burden of PCS moves. These are not abstract numbers, they are real solutions for families who sacrifice so much to serve our great nation. And finally, I traveled to Wallops Island in my district to visit the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, where Virginia is playing a vital role in America's return to the moon in preparation for Mars. The One Big Beautiful Bill provides nearly $10 billion for NASA, supporting Artemis missions, the International Space Station, and new launch infrastructure. These investments will directly benefit Wallops, strengthening our space economy, and inspire the next generation of aerospace leaders here in Virginia. Madam Speaker, the One Big Beautiful Bill restores Mr. Speaker, the One Big Beautiful Bill restores American strength at sea, revitalizes our industrial base, improves quality of life for military families, and secures our future in space. I'm proud to have supported this historic legislation, and I will keep working to make sure coastal Virginia sees the full benefit of what we accomplished. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum, for as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the already tremendous impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. During the August work period, I traveled across all 11 counties in my district, hitting over 40 stops, meeting with Hoosiers where they live and work. I heard from Chuck at Alley's Cafe, and who shared about how eliminating tax on tips puts more money directly into workers' pockets. I spoke with Camping World and other companies about how the Made in America provision and immediate expensing strengthen American manufacturing jobs. I joined law enforcement officers at a drug enforcement roundtable to discuss how this bill invests billions of dollars in border security to stem the flow of fentanyl into our communities. And I celebrated 100 years of egg production with Creighton Brothers, a century of hard work and family enterprise. And that's just a fraction of the stories I encountered. Each day on the road, I was reminded that the strength of Indiana and America lies in our people, our families, our farmers, our workers, and our small businesses. The One Big Beautiful Bill was written for them and because of them. Together, we are proving that when we keep government out of the way, Americans can keep more of what they earn, and there's no limit to what we can achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentlewoman from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This microphone isn't picking up that well, but thank you. Appreciate this opportunity. You know, I had a really hard time deciding what to talk about tonight because there's so many great things about the One Big Beautiful Bill. Should I talk about student loan reform and the impact that's going to have on driving down the cost of education and minimizing the amount of loan debt that people have when they graduate from college? Or investments in the air traffic control system? Maybe we should talk about the death tax increases and how we doubled the amount of income or the value that business owners and farmers can pass down to the next generation after they've already paid tax on all of that income and before they invested it. Or I could talk about farm bill investments or bonus depreciation. There's so many amazing things about the One Big Beautiful Bill. It's hard to keep track of them, and it's hard to decide what to lead with. But today I'm going to talk about something that I think has been largely overlooked, and that is the lowering of the taxes on interest on car loans for American-purchased cars, American-made cars. I recently had the chance to visit with Dan McGee. This is Dan right here. He's the general manager of M.J. McGuire Auto Dealership and also a farmer in Rugby, North Dakota. With the One Big Beautiful Bill now law, Americans can take advantage of a new interest deduction when purchasing an American-made vehicle. This provision can really help small-town car dealers like M.J. McGuire. For a family buying a $50,000 vehicle, Dan explained to me what this would mean. He said the interest in just the first year might run about $3,500. Under this new law, that interest is now deductible, a huge savings for hard-working American families. This isn't just relief for companies or big corporations, like many of the Democrats are claiming. It is for everyday North Dakotans and everyday Americans across the nation. Dan also pointed out the broader benefits in the bill, like the expansion of the 199A small business deduction, tax relief that allows entrepreneurs like him to reinvest in their businesses, or raising the death tax exemption so farmers like him can grow and pass on their land to the next generation. He said it best, there are so many good things in this bill that it's hard to keep track of them all. That's what this law is about, real practical help for hardworking Americans. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for as much time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the important benefits the One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver to Utah's businesses and workers. As you know, we had the opportunity to be in our districts for the past month, and I had the privilege a meeting with my constituents in Utah's 3rd District. At the end of this district work period, I participated in a business-focused event with members of the Salt Lake Chamber to discuss the One Big Beautiful Bill and other industry-related issues. During this event, I was able to hear directly from local business owners and stakeholders about how the One Big Beautiful Bill and other federal policies are impacting businesses in my district. What I heard was clear. Businesses want certainty, they want competitiveness, and they want opportunity. The One Big Beautiful Bill delivers all three. The One Big Beautiful Bill makes permanent the Section 199A pass-through deduction, giving small businesses a 20% tax break. For the 69,000 eligible firms in Utah, this means long-term stability and provides them with a foundation to thrive. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also protect about 72,000 full-time jobs in Utah over the next 4 years relative to if the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act had been allowed to expire. Derek Miller, president and CEO of the Salt Lake Chamber of Commerce, said, quote, "This vital legislation provides crucial long-term certainty for Utah's businesses and families. Making these pro-growth provisions permanent empowers businesses to continue investing, innovating, and creating jobs, while also ensuring Utah families can keep more of their hard-earned money and better manage their financial responsibilities." End quote. The One Big Beautiful Bill is also critical to innovative national security-focused companies in Utah, such as Northrop Grumman and Vector, which I had the opportunity to tour during the August work period. Northrop manufactures the 5-segment solid rocket boosters for NASA's Space Launch System in Utah. They are currently developing the next-generation rocket boosters, which will power us to the moon and Mars. Thanks to the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, NASA will receive $4.1 billion for the Space Launch System for the Artemis 4 and 5 missions. That investment will support Utah jobs and power new American advancement in space. The One Big Beautiful Bill also supports a strong national defense by investing in America's UAS industrial base to boost U.S. drone capabilities. In my district, companies like Vector, a veteran-owned drone manufacturer, are leading that charge, developing technologies to strengthen the warfighter, secure our supply chain, and drive 21st century innovation here at home. I'm glad the One Big Beautiful Bill will help support these capabilities and ensure America, not China, sets the standard in this critical field. In voting for the One Big Beautiful Bill, House Republicans voted to power economic growth by boosting local production, supporting small businesses, and strengthening America's national security. I enjoyed discussing these issues with the Salt Lake Chamber and other groups while in my beautiful state of Utah last month. Thank you, Madam Chair, for organizing this, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Now, Madam Speaker, you've just heard a number of stories from House Republicans about how the One Big Beautiful Bill will benefit their constituents. But you don't have to take our word for it. These stories come directly from the Americans who actually stand to benefit the most. Whether you're a manufacturing worker in Pennsylvania, a border patrol agent in Arizona, or a server in rural America, the One Big Beautiful Bill delivers for all Americans. We spent the August district work period hearing from them, the people. Right? Many stories have been written about how the House Republicans were selling the bill. But the truth is, the bill sells itself. Every Michigander I spoke with is excited. They're excited for no tax on tips, tax relief for seniors, the end of the death tax, provisions to help small businesses create jobs and grow the local economies. The One Big Beautiful Bill truly puts the American person first. Now, here's the interesting fact. Instead of joining us to put every American first, I want to remind everybody, and you need to ask this question. Every single Democrat voted to raise taxes on hardworking Americans. Every single Democrat voted to raise taxes on every American. Think about that. But you don't hear them talk about that. we need to hold them accountable to that vote, because Democrats, they want to raise your taxes. Now, Madam Speaker, our work does not end with this historic legislation. House Republicans will continue to work to deliver for the American people. As we return to Washington, we are more determined than ever to continue our work to enact common sense policies that benefits all Americans. In the days, weeks, and months ahead, I can assure you more stories of the benefits of the one big beautiful bill will be heard, and the fear-mongering from the Democrats, well, that is just going to have to stop, because we are excited to share their stories. And you know what? The American people are excited to share their stories too. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion? Does the gentlewoman move to adjourn?
Yep, we're ready to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.